Okay, it's live streaming, Jeff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. All right, then I, Mary McVeigh, will call the November 17th, 2021 Franklin Township Board of Supervisors meeting to order at 7:01 p.m. Also in attendance via Zoom are Vice Chair Dave Gerstenhaber, Supervisors Morris, Arabak, and Day, and also in attendance are Solicitor Mark Thompson, Interim Township Manager Jeff Eastburn, Township Administrator Melissa Ortega, and 24 members of the public. You're up, John.
What about the Pledge of Allegiance?
I thought you were supposed to announce that.
Yeah, we're doing it a little differently.
I see it. Sorry. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You're next, Sean.
The next item on the agenda is public comment. So if you have public comment on anything that's on the agenda, you can bring that in right now.
Okay, I have a public comment about an item on the agenda. All right, here we go. I know I'm first on the agenda tonight, but before we get there, I'd like to announce I'm resigning from the board due to health reasons. I'm proud of our accomplishments over the past 2 years. We formed a pro committee. We got a new website, mailed newsletter, park upgrades, park community activities, office restructure, and top-notch road paving program. And I wish more future successes for Franklin Township. I hope you'll consider Dawn Dowling to finish out my 4-year term on the board, since many residents voted for Dawn. So I'll say thank you, and I turn it over to Vice Chair Dave Gerstenhaber.
Okay, well, thank you, Mary. That was unexpected, but thank you. Will you be serving out the remainder of your term, or is this effective immediately?
Immediately.
Okay.
For health reasons, I can't continue.
Okay. All right, understood. So let's go to the next motion sheet. So Donna, you are up next for the organization. Well, before we move on, are there any other further public comment? Okay. So Donna, we're up next for the organization of the board. I suppose we can strike this from the agenda.
Yeah, so my part can be stricken, but we need to turn it over to Jack because he needs to open the nominations for chair.
That's right. So the next piece.
Well, if you could just give me a second, I just wanted to review this kind of, I wasn't aware that this was coming, so I just wanted to make sure. Go ahead. I mean, you can.
So here's 2 questions, Mark, which I'm sure you're looking at right now. So do we currently only have a 4-member board and need to immediately replace our resigned member, or do we first open the floor for nominations for chair and then we deliberate on a replacement, or does that wait for a next meeting? Because again, this is kind of a surprise.
Well, you have a period of time to appoint somebody.
Okay.
And I apologize. I should know this off the top of my head, but there is a requirement, I believe, in the code that it be in writing, and that there is a certain amount of time that needs to elapse before that is confirmed. I know that the board will need to accept the resignation.
Okay.
So no resignation is official until the board accepts it.
All right, so let's start there. Let's
But,
clean that up.
just give me 1 second here, Dave, and
Okay.
I apologize.
David, what I recall about the process is that the board has, I believe, 28 days to appoint, to interview and appoint a replacement.
Mhm,
You do not do it within that period of time. Some court will do it for you. We'll
mhm.
let Mark dig into his paper. That's the way I recall.
Fine.
What is the role of the person we appoint at the beginning of the year? I think this year it's Eric something or other, Dave.
It's Eric Palm.
Mhm.
That would be if we are deadlocked, we would engage that person to break the deadlock. And I don't think it's 4 years. It's to the next municipal election.
It would be the next municipal election, yes.
Right. So I think it would be 2 years. You'd finish out, and then, because I think that the next election, I don't think we have one next year, do we?
Well, I think you gotta appoint somebody in a specific period of time. I thought it was 28 days, but we'll.
No. What I'm saying is we appoint somebody, but that person will be in the seat until the next municipal election.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And typically the way it is done, the township will solicit the area residents for resumes, and you can look at those resumes and decide who you want to appoint. And since there's only a 4-member board, a tie is entirely possible. So the person who holds the vacancy board position provides the tie-breaking vote if there's a tie. But that's about the way I recall it. Let Mark get the rules straight, but that's about
Okay.
So we have 30 days from the date, which is determined to be the date the resignation is accepted.
Okay.
And if that doesn't work out, if the remaining members of the board cannot pick somebody because of a deadlock, then it goes to the vacancy board. Then you have the vacancy board has 15 days. And if the vacancy board can't act, then it goes to the Court of Common Pleas. Now, the vacancy board is the Board of Supervisors plus the 1 member of the vacancy board.
Okay. Perfect.
What I would do would be to accept the resignation if that is what Mary intends. I mean, sometimes members of the board will resign effective 10 days, 15 days, a month from now, what have you. And the question has always come up, when is that resignation effective? And it's only effective after it's accepted by the board.
Okay.
So
I think, Mary, your intention was this would be your last meeting. You would like us to accept your resignation today. Yes? Mary's still on?
It does look like Mary's gone.
I think Mary considered this her last meeting and that her last statement.
Okay. Okay. So that being said, Donna, do you want to make the motion to accept Mary's resignation from the board?
I'd be happy to. So board, I make a motion that the board accept the resignation of Mary McVeigh as a member of the Board of Supervisors, effective immediately. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All against, say nay.
I'm going to say nay, not because I don't want Mary to do what's good for her. If people hadn't followed the last edition, the last board meeting, they would not know that, Donna, you quite ardently asked Mary to step down from chairmanship. And Mary and I were both driven from our chairmanship roles for reasons that had nothing to do with ethics or legal issues. Meanwhile, I have seen members ignoring legal advice, meeting privately without public visibility, spending public money without public or full board approval, and clearly circumventing laws that the other townships I know follow. So I'm very uncomfortable with the double standard here and the hypocrisy. I've never served on a public board. Any of those things would have gotten any of those board members fired at a corporation, but clearly the rules are different here. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, so I'll just make a comment just to clarify to the public, is that if I remember correctly, Nancy, you offered to resign. I don't remember us.
David told me to resign. David
Okay,
Gerst-
so I personally didn't. So I know we didn't have a board meeting that asked you to resign, but you are right. So that was your case. You made a decision, but I do agree, and I'll take responsibility for it, that I did at the last board meeting ask Mary to consider resigning because she had shared information discussed at an executive session, which is by its nature confidential. She shared it with a third party that made it public, and that's just inappropriate behavior. And I hear what you're saying, and you're entitled to your opinion. But I just wanted to, as you said, clarify to the public. All right, thank you, Nancy. So Dave, do you want me, or I guess we have to turn it over to Jeff next, right? Because we have you as the vice chair. Maybe you can.
Right. So currently we don't have a chair. So the next step would be for Jeff to open the floor for nominations for chair.
Okay, I will now open the floor for nominations of chairman of the Board of Supervisors.
All right, so Jeff, I would like to nominate David Gerstenheimer for chairman. I think he's done an excellent job as the vice chair, and I think he is uniquely suited for this role. And I hope the rest of the board can support that.
Okay, we have, I'm sorry.
Okay, I think I.
Okay,
Oh, you have. Right.
Okay, we have a nomination for Dave Gerstenhaber. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by John Auerbach. Is there any discussion?
My only discussion is I'm going to vote nay, and that is because I've had a very difficult time having Dave accept some of the issues where we found that we were doing things that were illegal. And Dave doesn't particularly listen well to me. Maybe it's personal, who knows, but he's very quick to make judgments without really having thought things through. But that said, this is a public group and you take what you can get.
Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and nay would be Nancy.
Okay.
Thank you.
The motion carries 3-1. So Dave, you're our new chair.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. So now that we've established the chair, the elected chair opens the floor for nominations for vice chair. So I'll open the floor for nominations for vice chair of the board. Do we have any nominations for vice chair?
I nominate Donna D. John Auerbach.
Okay. I'll second that. Any discussion?
I think you guys have worked it all out. It is what it is.
Okay. Any other discussion as Donna for vice chair? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries 4-0. All right, thank you. So we now have Vice Chair Donna Day. Donna, I don't know if there's any other business here. Shall we move on to approval of minutes?
Sure. So I make a motion for the board to approve the Board of Supervisors meeting minutes held on October 18th, 2021. And could I have a second for that?
Seconded.
John, A. And any discussion on this?
The minutes still don't follow PSAT's recommendation.
Nancy, I don't know if you want to get, are they inaccurate in any way? Is there something that you want amended, or is it more just an issue of formatting and detail?
No, it's PSAT suggests, and many other people also suggest, that noting every single thing that happened. Well, you didn't note every single thing that happened. You have one thing, you can go one way or the other. You can either do a full transcript or just put the actions taken. The more information you put in there, the more troublesome it is for the township and for our legal position. We've gone through this a number of times.
So
Whatever
how does that
reason-
work with you talking about transparency? So
Dave, there's,
I don't understand.
so let's just go through some minutes that I had a really tough time with. Donna had mistakenly said in some minutes.
I'm talking about these minutes that you're
I'm
not approving.
explaining in general, Dave.
No,
Okay.
you need to be specific about these
Thank you,
minutes.
Dave. You're helpful as usual.
No,
Zip.
you have to be specific about why you're not approving these minutes.
There is a process that is publicly, formally recommended. If you don't want to follow it, then don't follow it, Dave.
The point is you're not being specific
Stop.
about
It's
the.
being silly. Keep going.
All right, I'm sorry, Nancy, I shouldn't have asked. I thought maybe you could give me some direction, but I hear you. You really want the PSAT, following the PSAT, and if we don't follow that, then you're just not comfortable. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Thank
All
you,
right, so,
Dave.
and any other discussion on the minutes? We have 3 sets of minutes to support, so this is the October 18th minutes. Any other discussion? Can I have a vote, please? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so, and all again, say nay.
Nay.
Great, thanks, Nancy. So I have a motion carries 3-1. We just have to do this 2 more times. I make a motion for the board to approve the Board of Supervisors meeting minutes from October 20th, 2021. Can I have a second for that, please?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Dave. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say A. All opposed say nay. So let's go all opposed. All in favor say aye. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All again say nay.
Nay.
So motion carries 3-1. And the last meeting minutes were our November 5th meeting. I make a motion for the board to approve the Board of Supervisor meeting minutes held on November 5th, 2021, version 1. Can I have a second, please?
Second it.
Thanks, John. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all opposed say nay.
Nay.
Great, thank you. Motion carries 3-1. All right, thank you. John, it's to you.
All right, I make a motion that the board approve the October 2021 Treasurers Report, which includes the following disbursements. The general fund with disbursements and transfers of $107,651,000. The Park and Recreation Fund with disbursements of $9,950. The Open Space Fund with disbursements of $6,098.75. The Capital Reserve Fund with disbursements of $3,562.50. The Emergency Services Funds, 0. The Fire Hydrant Fund with disbursements of $1,161.60, leaving a balance in all funds totaling $1,682,658.69. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by David. Any discussion on these items here? The only thing I would add is that, this week, the Treasury report we were able to pull out of QuickBooks wasn't in the same format that we're accustomed to. We really only choice we had was to select a standard Treasury report that comes out of QuickBooks, which is not as easy to use and to read as what we had in the past. And Don has expressed some concerns about it. So going forward, we're going to try to figure out how to generate a treasury report that's formatted near or identical to what we did before. It just wasn't within the realm of possibility this week because of the budget issues that the staff and I were working on, and it was just too much work to do. So we put out a treasury report that was accurate. Certainly there aren't any numbers in there that are incorrect, but it's just not in the best format compared to what we had.
Well, John, you guys did a good job. I know you spent a lot of time there. My only advice to Melissa was I don't want reports that are with information manually entered. To me, it's inappropriate. I'd rather have a report that maybe doesn't look exactly how we like it versus manually transferring numbers. So that's my only perspective.
I understand. There was one report that we, because we had changed payroll companies, the payroll didn't come out of QuickBooks. It came from the payroll company, and it was a messy document to say the least. Then Sarah volunteered, and she quickly came up with an Excel spreadsheet which put the central information in it. So we're going to look for a way of getting the report you want that comes right out of that. Just a kudos to Melissa. I was working on the budget this week and really tied up the computer, and the only computer and that computer is the only one that can access QuickBooks. So I needed the computer Friday morning, and she needed to run the reports. So she came in at 5 o'clock in the morning and ran those reports. So when I came in at 8:30, the computer was available to me. So kudos to Melissa on that one.
And Nancy, I do agree with you. There must be something we can do that uses the automation and the power of the computer that we're all appreciate. We now have a treasurer who has a lot of experience of what he's done in different municipalities. I'm confident we can figure out something that will meet everybody's needs without being a resource-intensive thing. Because I agree with you, to actually manually enter anything is fraught with mistakes. Even the person who does the best they can, and it's a waste of time. So I think we're all of the same mind here.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, well, the motion's still out on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Okay, in that case, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. I think, Nancy, you have the next one.
Okay. The zoning report, in the month of September 2021, 7 permits were issued. $1,488.74 in building fees, $950 in miscellaneous fees, and $0 in recreation, open space, and impact fees were collected. 22 inspections were performed, no motion required.
All right, thank you. Next item up is the Planning Commission held a meeting on November 4th of 2021. Let's see, as announcement of a joint PC and board meeting on December 2nd. Not sure what that's about. Does anybody have some information you could fill me in?
So I can fill you in there, John. So Dave Hoffman can't make the meeting tonight, so I can give a brief update on what we talked about at the meeting and then what the PC had requested of the board. So there were 2 main topics, or 3, I suppose, main topics at the PC. One was the Avon Grove Charter School. Just for the residents to be aware, they would like to submit a preliminary final plan to turn their temporary parking lot into a permanent parking lot. So for those of you who drive down 896 past the charter school there, you'll see a lot of cars just parked on the grass. And so what they would like to do is transfer that from a temporary parking space to a permanent parking. So they've just started that process with the board, with the PC. Eventually, it'll go through PennDOT and then finally get to us several months down the lane. To the joint meeting, this is in regards to the green ordinance. The PC discussed the end of life disposal of solar panels. This was really the biggest kind of discussion that was going on. We as the board had asked to include I think the terms like an escrow account. So when a commercial solar panel company comes in and at the end of the life, or if the company goes under or whatever, there's money to dispose of the solar panels. And what we've learned is that solar panels are deemed hazardous waste due to the presence of heavy metals, and there isn't many places that will handle commercial scale disposal of solar panels. One of the issues, and this apparently they were stated, I don't know the specifics, but in the state of California, they have a crisis right now where there is no place. They're leading in solar panels, but there's no place to dispose of them. So they're basically stacking them until they figure out a way to dispose of them. And the trick is, because it's hazardous waste, they can't cross state lines without proper permitting, and you have to have a place to dispose of it in the first place. So anyway, that was a pretty in-depth discussion on, well, what happens, and would Franklin be left holding the bag? And there were some other questions about what the board, what we wanted of the PC. And so rather than kind of draw this out and go back and forth, they just wanted to have a meeting with all of us, or however many supervisors would like to attend, to finalize the green ordinance. So that's why they invited us to the December 2nd PC meeting.
Okay.
And then the final discussion was the stormwater management, which I think we have some members here to discuss from LTL. The provisions of Act 167, which are being revised, and this may require separate collection of primary residence runoff and other impermeable surface runoff. And the impact on the township ordinances is currently uncertain. So we had asked LTL to kind of help us navigate this new Act 161.
Yeah, David, just a few comments. I had attended a meeting about 3-4 weeks ago where a group of engineers and other folks reviewed the potential revisions to this ordinance. And the concern that I got out of it is that the simplified approach, which we use for residents that have small projects and contractors that have small projects, and allows them to manage the stormwater requirements without engaging a professional engineer. And the changes drastically affected that simplified approach to the point that I think people are just going to have to hire engineers, but that's to be determined. We have an expert coming up here from LTL, Jessica Adams. So she'll present that those changes, but those are the observations I got out of about a 2-hour meeting some time ago. So I think at this point, if we're ready, we could just start with, is Jessica on the line? I think I saw her earlier.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. We're ready for your presentation then.
Okay, great. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay.
I hear you loud. Yeah.
Okay, great. Sometimes my computer's a little delayed. It's a little old. My name is Jessica Adams. I am with LTL Consultants. I work closely with Pete Eisenbrown, assisting him with various things in Franklin Township. I too attended the most recent meeting for the countywide Act 167 Stormwater Management Model Ordinance Update. So I'd like to kind of just give you some quick bullet type items of what that update entails. However, before I do that, I'm just going to point you towards the meeting packet. There is a document in there, and I believe it was circulated via email to PC and board members, just with some general information, where to find more information about this update on the internet, some various links through Chester County's website. So a lot of that is very helpful. There is a lot of information there. It does take a little while to go through, but it is quite helpful. So I just wanted to direct your attention to that for a minute.
Yeah, we appreciate that. I tried to get that information after that last meeting and nobody could give me any kind of summary or anything. So I've been blind since that meeting, so I appreciate that information. So
yeah, no problem. And I'm going to add to that, what's in your packet actually is I had put together before the most recent email that I received from the Chester County Water Resources Summit. They did just release links for the last meeting on November 5th that was recorded as well. So I'll distribute that. I'll get that out tomorrow when I'm back in the office, because that will have the most current and most recent recorded meeting. And I think a lot of good information was issued there, which is what I'm about to kind of give you a quick summary of. And one of those items pointing towards that simplified approach issue. And I think it'll be good news once you hear what I have to say.
looking forward to it.
So basically, as far as the countywide Act 167 ordinance is concerned, big picture view is one of the things everyone always tends to ask is, why do we need a stormwater ordinance? I think most of you are probably familiar with it, but for those who aren't, it's required, for reducing the damaging impacts of stormwater runoff, especially from new development, impervious areas, and such. One of the key components here for Franklin Township, particularly because they are an MS4 permittee, or I should say pending in some cases, but adopting an updated ordinance will allow the township to check off one of those requirements for their MS4 permit, excuse me. These stormwater ordinances are updated every 5 years, or at least they're attempted to be, I should say. Sometimes it takes a little longer. The last update was in 2013. I believe the update we're looking now was actually, should have been out in 2018, but like I said, sometimes it takes a little longer to get work through all the issues and updates that people are looking for. But it's that time again to look at an update. Keep in mind that the draft ordinance that's out there now has incorporated a lot of comments and feedback from municipalities, from engineers, from conservation districts, et cetera, over the years since the last ordinance was adopted, to try and tweak it and improve it as best they can. Something to consider here is, with this update for the township to consider, is what we have now working. The township had adopted an ordinance back in 2013. So that's something to keep in mind. Just as John had pointed out, with the simplified approach is what we have now working. If it is, great. There probably won't be a lot of options or changes that you'll choose in the new updated ordinance. If it's not, then we need to consider that and work through it and try to tweak it as best we can to fit Franklin Township's needs. So some of the goals moving forward is that this draft ordinance, again, is available online, as well as other documents that have kind of summarized and taken us through the pathway of how this draft ordinance has come to be. One of the big things that'll be coming up in the schedule, and I'll get to this in just a minute or elaborate a little bit more, is the public comment period. Will be coming up tentatively beginning in the late November through December. It's a 45-day public comment period for both the municipalities and the general public. So the PC and the board probably want to start thinking about any formal comments that we, the township, may have. And LTL is certainly willing to assist in putting some thought into that and preparing any comments. Can
I stop you for a second? I just want some clarity. So there's an ordinance that's being developed right now, and that's being developed by whom?
Chester County. I'm going to say Chester County in general, but Cedarville Engineering is actually the engineering office who's preparing it, but it is being done through the county.
Okay, so then is the idea then that we as a municipality are to look to that ordinance that's being developed by Chester County and try to derive our own from that?
No, this ordinance, this will be a similar process as the, was done a few years back, where the draft ordinance is prepared. Within that ordinance, there are notes to the editor, meaning the township, for revisions. There'll be options that the township can choose in certain specific areas. One of them, and I'll get right to it, is this simplified approach. Initially, the simplified approach was going to be updated to in the fact that you could only have one BMP or infiltration bed that was going to collect roof water, to put it very simply. There was a lot of kickback from a lot of engineers and a lot of municipalities, including Franklin, I'm sure, that says, whoa, hold on a second. So that in itself, the simplified approach, in this ordinance, you'll have the choice of adopting the new version, or you can keep the version that the township has now within their stormwater ordinance. To get back to answer your question, there is a draft ordinance prepared. It is written up. You can access it online. And when the township's ready to go through it, you can choose, path A or path B, so to speak, or an option that fits the township's needs. But they're outlining the basics. You can always make it more restrictive, but you cannot, loosen the requirements, so to speak, or thresholds. And that's something that we can work through, as we approach that time of really putting it together.
All right, that's an important point you just made, Jessica. And you said that the existing simplified approach could be maintained in its current configuration by Franklin?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, that's a huge upgrade from what has happened in the past. The last time we revised this thing in 2013, there are very few options offered to the townships, and essentially the townships had to accept what was provided.
Mm-hmm.
Options were
right.
minimal in any respect. So this is definitely less restrictive than I expected. So, all right, that's good. All right, you answered a big question.
Can I ask a question? At some point in time, though, will the township be forced to move along with the new guidelines, or can they continue to maintain what they think is best for the township?
That is I'm going to say a difficult question to answer, and I don't have an answer for you on that, truthfully.
Okay.
I think some of it will be dictated by DEP as to what direction things will go in. And you're right, it could be just a matter of time. But I don't have an answer for you on that. And I'm not sure if anybody would, but it's certainly something that can be brought up, to get a feel for what's going to happen.
All right, Jessica, one thing you said earlier, you said that Franklin can decide to, well, Franklin would have to determine whether the ordinance is working for them. I think that's what you said. So the question really is what criteria would we use to determine adequate function? How's that done? If we decide that it's working for us, what criteria would we use to determine that it is?
I think some of that might fall back on our lap, on LTL's lap, meaning through review processes that we see stormwater permits come in, grading plans based on the size of the project. A lot of times, for smaller projects, single family homes are usually the cause of the biggest headaches that we have, truthfully. But, that would be, I think, just an evaluation process of determining and identifying any problems we've had during the review process that tend to keep popping up every time. That would be one way to kind of weed it out and make an analysis of, is this working or not working? And I know Pete probably has a better grasp on that than I do personally, just because he sees, I'm going to say, the finished product more than I do. But that is certainly something that we can, help to evaluate.
All right, so we'll be looking at LTL for technical guidance on function of the current stormwater ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and we're happy to provide that for you.
All right, thank you.
Sure. I'm just going to retouch back again. This is in your packets, and I'll try to go through this pretty quickly. The current tentative county schedule for adopting all this, as I said, is late November through December is tentatively the public comment period. Moving into February of next year would be a public hearing and the final submission by the county to DEP for review and approval. After that time, once that ordinance is in, and then at that point, Franklin or any township for that matter will only have the option can only choose the options that are then listed in the ordinance, meaning you can't come up with new things to throw. Oh, hey, hold on, why didn't you change this? That the end of that public comment is got to be able to say our piece and be comfortable with it. And then they're looking for between April and September of next year would be the county adoption of the ordinance and then the municipal rollout. And my understanding is the municipalities within Chester County have until the end of September to adopt and update their current stormwater management ordinances. As we just touched on, the updated simplified approach option is kind of a key component, I think not just for Franklin, but for a lot of townships in the county, especially the more rural townships. And again, we can provide some technical assistance on reviewing that situation. The ag areas modified requirements kind of, I don't want to say it goes hand in hand with the simplified approach, but it is somewhat similar. That will remain unchanged regarding the thresholds. If you're familiar or not familiar with it, ag areas can use a modified approach as long as they're not exceeding 10,000 square foot of building area and 5,000 square foot of maneuverability area, all being impervious area. I had raised the question actually at the last meeting saying, can't we collapse that into a total of 15,000 square feet? Because every ag property is different depending on their needs and functions. So that is kind of another key component we're hoping to get some clarification on. As usual, there is always a cumulative impervious area that is calculated when we're doing these reviews. And that will be, my understanding, and I'm going to double check on this, is that start date is either the date of adopting the new ordinance or it's from the previous 2013 ordinance. I'm going to get some clarification on that. I apologize. High tunnel requirements or exemptions have been added into this new updated model ordinance. They were not present before. They are offering some riparian buffer options to try and streamline that process a little bit. Sometimes it has been a little confusing on what is required in conjunction with DEP's requirements. There are some redevelopment changes as well regarding analysis of existing condition areas. You do have, again, an option to provide a more stringent existing condition analysis. Inspection requirement changes. There are two options, but you can include both in the ordinance. You can require a municipal fund or fee be paid into the township, and then the township would perform all the inspections that are required based on the O&M agreement. Or you can designate that the landowner is required to do it and has to provide a report that shows that they've done an inspection. Again, you have options in regards to all of these items, but I don't know that you had too many options previously. They are trying to clarify more any infiltration testing requirements that they must follow the BMP manual. Another kind of an odd one, but pet waste regulations have not been in the ordinance before. This is going to be a recommendation in that if Franklin Township's MS4 TMDL plan is approved, Pet waste regulations should be added to the township stormwater management ordinance. And again, regarding MS4, that's a pending approval on the TMDL. So you don't need to worry about it right now. Just thought I'd kind of give you a heads up. As-built plans, the township can opt to require an as-built plan in conjunction with using the simplified approach. That's something that they've never required before. And that's, again, as far as looking at those, what's working for us now versus what's not, that might be something to consider. The O&M agreements for any of the stormwater controls that are put in, again, there will be options to tailor it more towards the township's needs. And finally, as I said before, when someone asked the question, the format will be, and the process will be similar to what you had experienced in 2013, where there are notes to the editor. I had attached kind of a sample of that explains how the township should go through the ordinance, choose options or not choose them, and incorporate them into the ordinance. So those are just kind of some high level updates that Pete and I thought would be important or pertinent to Franklin particularly. And again, we're happy to provide assistance as we move through this process, over the next few months. That's about all I have, unless anybody has any more questions.
All right.
That was very helpful. And I'm glad you guys are there to help us because it can get confusing. I wasn't around in 2013, so this is all new to me, but John, you were.
Yeah, this took us a long time to develop this ordinance. We had weekly meetings with the PC for maybe 7, 8, 9 meetings going through this ordinance. But in reality, we had to go through it, but there are relatively few choices available to us. We essentially accepted that ordinance as it was written. The options were given were minuscule. This seems a little more, just hearing what Jessica said, seems a little more, there are more options that would make it less onerous on Franklin. But I'll just say one thing. We have a lot of public on the meeting tonight, and I'm just going to indicate that this particular ordinance, what I'm interested in is an onerous ordinance, and it's costly. This is not some minor addition to your building costs. This adds significant costs to any project that needs to manage stormwater. Recently, I just had a discussion with a pole barn supplier up in Christiana, and they provide the buildings and the permits and all. And they indicated the cost of the stormwater is about half the cost of the building. So it's not insignificant, the requirements of the stormwater facilities. So it's not minor, and I think Franklin will take a very serious look at this thing as it is presented to us.
So John, why would we impose that impact on people when they're just trying to go about their daily business, and the half the cost of a building would put doing a project out of reach?
Absolutely. The pole barn supplier said they lose lots of business because once they advise the person the cost of the building and then the stormwater, they lose a lot of them. The answer to your question is it's a requirement that's coming down from essentially, I believe, the DEP. It's fairly heavy-handed. It's coming down through the county into the township. So I can't tell you what the motivation is, but it's there and we have to comply with it.
So you're saying call your representative?
Yeah, it's political. Certainly the engineering consulting firms, it has been an economic bonanza for them because they've ended up collecting a lot of contracts for engineering services to design and construct these facilities. So I don't know there's much more I can say about it. Jessica, I appreciate your upgrade. If anybody else has any other questions, we could just bring them out right now.
No, I'm good. Any other questions before we move on? Great. Well, thank you, Jessica.
Okay, great. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm going to sign off.
I appreciate all his reports. That was good.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks, you too.
The next item on the agenda is the FSA report, and Jim German if he's available, will give us their report.
Yes, I am available.
All right, Jim.
A short report, and sorry for the report that you do have in your files. Last week when I filed it with the township, our website was down for yearly routine maintenance, so I wasn't able to access it and get any updated information. I was able to today because we're back online, so I'll just provide a brief update. No change from membership. Hunting season, archery season is winding down. We have another week and a half of it, and then the regular statewide shotgun season will come in on that first Sunday after Thanksgiving. And formally around the state and around this area closed December 11th, and then shotgun will open up again in this special regulation area December 27th and close January 29th. Nothing to report any of the parcels other than, and I just hold on a second, take a page down here. Okay. Nothing with the parcels. Everything's good. Haven't heard any feedback from our parcel leads. To date, we've harvested one deer that was taken out of Franklin Preserve actually over this past weekend. Service projects, November 7th, we did some service on the backside of Goodwin, which is actually on the backside of the creek, where a bunch of the volunteers from the association went in there and removed some of the invasive weeds and cut back to give some better access and survivability, provide some survivability for the trees that were planted in there. Other than that, nothing else going on at this time.
All right, appreciate the upgrade on the hunting seasons. That one hunting season starts late December through January. That's for the really sturdy, hardy hunters, right?
Hey, Jim, how many of you are out there hunting on any given weekend? Day? I guess it's not just weekend.
I did not look at the calendar. It fluctuates on the weather, the temperature, people's work schedule. I know mine, it has been crazy because we've had other individuals out on medical leave. So I've been picking up additional sites. So I get to walk away from my desk when it's dark every day.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, it's Jim. There was a couple people in Banffshire this weekend and about 4 people at Franklin.
Okay, great. Well, there's about 16 of them that walk across my backyard. So I don't know if you can sit on my porch. But...
I don't think that's part of our hunting area.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And they're probably not FSA members either, so.
No. All right. Well, thank you, Jim. So I'll take the next 3 as they were Mary's. The HARB in HC did not hold a meeting on November 7th, 2021. And so we'll move on to the Parks and Recreation.
Dave?
Yes.
If I could just quickly say something and then.
Oh, sure.
We did not meet, but there have been a couple things that have happened. And so I'd just like to mention them before they become very stale news. Sure. On November 11th, we held our first joint public historical talk with the New London Area Historical Society in New London. We had Bruce Malday come and speak on the Johnston Gang. We were enormously well attended. We had about 50 people there. And I think, yeah, you're looking at, after 18 months or so of COVID, a little bit of cabin fever, but it's also a topic that is of a great local interest. And so this happens to be, I also wanted to mention this because this happens to be a talk that the Historical Commission will be picking up as part of its budget. We split the cost of the talks with New London, sort of doing every other. And then on the 10th, the day before, Jean Moore, who was a former teacher at Kemblesville Elementary, stopped by to deliver the painting of Kemblesville Elementary that I'd mentioned last month, that had been given to Jack Neal, known to most residents as Dr. Neal, when he retired as principal of Kemblesville Elementary in 2000. And he was looking for a new home for the painting and had offered it to the township, and the supervisors had graciously agreed to accept it. And he was not able to be there. He lives outside DC, but he hopes to pay a visit to the township offices where it now resides sometime soon. And I'd also like to note that he graciously also agreed to provide us with his recollections as his time when he served as principal of Kemblesville Elementary of his time there. He, I would like to know, was basically the principal of Kemblesville for more than half of its existence. So he saw the school through many changes, and I'm looking forward to receiving his recollections and being able to put them on the Historical Commission website for everyone to read. And that's all I have to say. I'm going to have to excuse myself now. I've got things I have to attend to, but you all have a nice evening.
Paul, I got one comment about the painting. It was a beautiful watercolor rendition of the painting. It's hanging in the township manager's office. It was painted by a local artist, Kathy Ruck, lives in London, Britain Township, and is an active artist right now, and paints watercolors and shows them in various art shows, and they're for sale. So certainly we're pleased to have the painting. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll add to that, since you started me down this train of thought, that I would like to point out that that painting was done when she was an artist in residence at the elementary school. The Homeschool Association had underwritten her residency there so that students could see an artwork develop, and the Homeschool Association gave it to Dr. Neal on his retirement. So as he's getting on in years now, he was looking for a permanent home, and I'm glad we could offer him one. I'd like to thank the supervisor again for that.
That's really fantastic. I had the opportunity to attend Dr. Neal's retirement, and he regaled us with a massive snowstorm, and all the kids were stuck in the school in like 1952. And he just walked us through what the entire event was all about. And he's a wonderful man.
Yes, he is.
Great orator.
All right. Well, again, good evening.
Thanks for sharing.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate the update. So moving on to Park and Rec and Open Space Committee, they held a meeting on November 3rd, and Greg Sachs will provide a pro report.
Hello, everyone. So start with the Memorial Tree Project. For those that don't know, we're offering memorial trees at Crossan Park to kind of memorialize lost loved ones or anyone. And the project's really been taken off. We've already had 3 trees that are planted. We have 4 more that are on their way to being scheduled, and that should take place in roughly 2 weeks from now. If anyone else is interested in doing this, they can reach out to the township, and we'd be happy to provide more information on that. Ryan, our Eagle Scout, who's working on also adding some trees and bluebird boxes at the park, is scheduled to get out there this upcoming weekend to do the tree planting. And he said Thanksgiving week he will start doing the bird boxes. The healing garden, little update there. The work has been completed by Signature Landscapes. Their work entailed removing the roots of the shrub that were previously removed, creating the walkway to the new walkway that was created by adding stone and landscape fabric. And they've also freshened up some of the other stone, and they added soil in place of some of the walkways that were actually removed, and recycled the stone that was in place there. So that work's completed. We're, still on schedule to do the actual planting next spring. And yeah, we'll probably do another round of weeding, at least one round, maybe two, before the actual planting. But otherwise, we're on schedule for that guy. Mowing at Goodwin, as previously mentioned, we coordinated with the FSA to mow the area on the west side of the White Clay Creek. And we should be good to go on that until till the next growing season in 2022. Just an announcement, Peacedale Preserve which is a natural lands property located in Franklin Township, has a volunteer date scheduled for the 27th. And it's to work on the tree tubes. They did a fairly large tree tube or a tree planting there a few years back. And it's just to maintain them, keep the invasives down, and just keep the trees healthy and growing. And again, that's scheduled for the 27th, and that'll be at 9 o'clock to 11:30. We also are planning on doing a cleanup day at Franklin Preserve and Crossan Park. It's not scheduled yet, but we plan on doing that sometime in the winter, when all the plants have kind of died back and the leaves are completely dropped off, just so it's easier to spot trash back there. So stay tuned if you're interested in joining us on that. The only other thing I have is our volunteer Steve, who is working on the invasive plant removal at Crossan Park, has been continuing on with his project there. He's basically working, as of yesterday, he was working the hedgerows and tree lines in the park, and he's going to continue tackling that as much as he can. So that's all I had. Any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any.
Comment on the memorial trees. I'm really impressed. 7 trees already. That's fantastic, Greg. And I think it's just going to help the park look better and better as people plant more of these trees and have that the plaques for their loved ones. That's such a great idea. I'm glad you did it.
Yeah. I think it's it's a win-win, and we're providing some shade on some of the sunnier spots and some of the benches, and gets more people interested in visiting the park. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was in the office a good bit this week, and we had a parade of people coming in here with those requests.
It's taken off for sure.
Melissa is setting up an accounting program, because the township will actually end up taking the money into our accounts and then purveying it out to the tree suppliers and the plaque suppliers. So we need an accounting system, and her and Sarah are working on an accounting plan to manage those monies related to it'll be all tax exempt, because township manages all that stuff tax exempt.
Just want to say thanks to you, Greg, and to the pro committee and the FSA. I really appreciate the FSA helping to mow some of those areas over in Goodwin that need a little maintenance.
It's our pleasure. All right, well, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thanks, Greg. Good work.
Right.
Thanks.
All right, so the last piece of for reports is the comprehensive plan meeting update. I think Mary must have received this email from Kathy. She was going to receive an email update. I did not receive that email, so I don't.
Dave, I can read it if you like.
Perfect.
Okay, this is from Kathy Goen. The task force did not have a meeting in October. The November and December meetings will focus on reviewing the complete draft of the plan. Get ready to do some reading about the future for our beautiful township. The meetings are always open to the public, and the task force wants to thank the board for their continued support of this project. That's
Great.
it.
Thank you. All right, so this is where things get confusing on my motion sheet versus the agenda. So on the motion sheet, there's a item for a Jennersville resolution, Southern Chester County Regional Hospital Supporting Resolution, resolution number 2021-14, Save Jennersville Hospital. And then it says, not sure if a board member wants to read the resolution. A similar resolution has been passed by Penn Township. So I guess it's not on the official agenda. I can read the resolution if the board would like me to. I'm not really sure what it is. I don't know if anybody on the board has any background that they can fill us in on what this Save Jennersville Hospital resolution is.
David, I don't know a whole lot about it other than it's related to being supportive of Jennersville Hospital and possibly supporting some other organization would come in and run it. So I didn't read the thing, but I know that Penn Township supports it. So if the board's not comfortable passing it without reading it, you could probably put it off for another month. But that's really.
Yeah, I would, I hate to be in it, but if we wanted to consider it, we would need to make a motion to add it to the agenda.
Okay.
This is per the new requirements of the Sunshine Act. Just wanted to put that out there.
So why don't we do this if the board is amenable to it, and I'll let everybody say their piece first, but maybe we table this for December. Is everybody okay with that?
I agree with that. So
No.
Yeah, I guess I don't know, is there a time limit on this? So is there a sense that we all want to get this done so we can, do we have another month to wait? Is there a need to try to get this through so we can all get it to whoever needs to get it to see it? Because it's supposed to go to Tom Wolf.
Yeah, here's the, I can read the now therefore statement in the resolution, which is, we, the undersigned elected officials of Franklin Township, in the interest of public safety and well-being, do hereby make a formal request of Governor Tom Wolf and the Department of Health of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and any other appropriate person, employee, official, or agency to respectively request and urge that every effort be made to assist in the effort to save Jennersville Hospital.
Mark just made clear that we can't take a motion on it yet.
No, right, absolutely. I just
even
wanted
if
to.
It's urgent, I'm not sure I guess we could have another public meeting, but
Yeah.
ideally we would wait till December.
Well, we could make a motion to add it, right? Or do we have to make? It doesn't matter. Well, I think the board's in agreement. We'll wait till December, right?
Well,
I guess,
David, you have a joint meeting with the PC and the board in December 2nd. I don't know whether you could do it in that meeting if you put it on the agenda.
granted, I made a mistake and didn't put it in the best spot, but it's under VII business, under the increased fair share for emergency services. It's under item number 4.
We have a bookmark in here. So I guess, Nancy's point, we really can't vote on it anyway, because it's not on the agenda.
It is on the agenda.
But there's not a motion for it.
There's not a motion. Well, No,
Well,
there's
if
a
it
motion
ever-
for it. There's a motion for it on the motion sheet. It's not on the agenda, the published
Ah.
agenda.
Mm.
So
No,
that's
it is
what-
on the agenda.
Is
It's
it?
under business. If you look in your agenda under business,
Yeah.
B, IV, it's there.
See,
So look under, it's for me, it's the second page of the agenda. Look for business, the small letter B, increase fair share for emergency services, and then it goes down to IV.
oh, I see it. Okay.
So it is there, and it was lumped in with emergency services because the hospital is about emergency
Right,
services.
right.
So there is
Okay.
logic to it.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So we have a motion. It is on the agenda. Do we have any sense that there's an urgency here that the board needs to make a motion to support this, or can we table this until December? I don't know.
Bob Hotchkiss is on from Medic 94, so not to put him on the spot, but maybe he can talk to that.
Be glad to. First of all, I don't speak for the hospital, but I'll tell you what I've told my people from the briefings we have from Tower. The ER is open, the ICU is closed. There's no elective surgeries after today. They're down to 10 beds as of Monday. There's no OR after Monday. The ER will remain open through 12/31. So that's where it is as of right now. So while the ER is open, basically the hospital is slowly downsizing to minimal staffing and capabilities here over the next 6 weeks.
So
I think we should vote on it now. I mean, I don't know if it's going to make a difference.
Yeah.
But, you know, if it's going to make a difference, it's going to make more of a difference now than waiting another month when the hospital has even less going on.
Yeah, as long as we're following the Sunshine Act, sounds like we're good because it was on the agenda. I just didn't see it there tucked in. The only other point, the only question I have before we vote is effectively what does this compel Tom Wolf, Governor Wolf, and other Department of Health and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to act in any way? Like what does it do functionally if we sign this and send it off? Like what's the impact?
I think you're just petitioning the government, sending them a document. It would be the same, certainly probably more forceful than calling them up on the phone and telling them you support it. But I think it's in that realm of asking our governor officials to do what they can to save the hospital. So
sure,
based on what you read, I wouldn't have a problem voting for it. So
okay. We all have the document in front of us, so I don't know if we need to read the whole resolution.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So let me go back to the motion sheet and I'll make the motion. I make a motion for the Board of Supervisors to approve Resolution 2021-14 in support of Jennersville Hospital. Is there any discussion?
Well, how about I second it? Do you want me to second for you?
Oh yeah, there's a spot here for a second. Thank you,
Okay, so
Donna.
I'll
Just a second.
Go ahead.
Any further discussion?
I don't think there's any harm in doing it. It's helpful. It'll be helpful. So.
Yeah, and I think when we get to the next topic, which is going to be the increase in fair share, this hospital closure will directly impact the cost to the township residents. We're going to see an increase. So, yeah, I agree. Any other discussion, Donna or Nancy, before we go and vote?
Nope.
Okay. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right. Motion carries 4-0. All right. So that's the end of the motion sheet. So I'm going to move over to the agenda in our meeting books. And so we have 4 major topics to go over: increased fair share for emergency services, the budget review and discussion, the audit discussion, and then some solicitor updates. So John, I don't know how you feel about talking about the increased fair share and the budget review, since they both tie into each other. And then Nancy, you've really championed this idea of bringing in some different auditors and just talking about auditing in general. Would you like to introduce the audit discussion when we get to it?
Yeah, and I'd like to see if we can swap things, just because we have a guest on and the
Good
budget
point.
might take a while.
That's a good point.
I was going to suggest that we move the budget toward the end here because it'll give us plenty of time to talk about it and we won't hang up the rest of the people here. So
Sure. So the suggestion will be audit discussion, solicitor updates, and then we close out with the budget discussion.
I think that would be the best arrangement. That way we wouldn't feel pressured to finish the discussion to get other people up there. So
That's a good point. Good point. Okay. So Nancy.
Yeah. So last year, I think Dave and Mary and I all looked at the number of years we've used the same auditor, and it had been 5 years last year. Now it's 6 years. And we thought maybe it was time to change. We were under the mistaken understanding that the auditor we currently use was brought into Kennett when they had their problems. And then recently the Kennett manager was convicted, and it just made me go back and look. And so I looked at some of the Kennett information, and the auditor that came in when the problems were discovered was Chris Herr. And Chris is on the phone. Chris, I don't know how to really pronounce your company's name, but Maillie, maybe, accounting and advising. And so in discussions with Chris, I thought, well, this is a really good topic to educate ourselves on. We've had a lot of changes on our staff, and it's been 6 years with the same auditor. This might be the right time to look at someone else. So Chris kindly offered to come in and just talk a little bit about their services and maybe what they've learned in general. So Chris, are you there, hopefully?
I am here. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You did get the pronunciation of the name right. It is Maillie, so good on you there. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you guys for a couple minutes tonight. I know you're looking at your audit and your auditor and services and things. So I did provide a packet of information. Hopefully you all have that. There's a lot of detail, list of clients in there. So I'm going to try to keep it to a pretty brief overview. I know you guys got a lot to talk about tonight, but so I'm a partner with the firm. I head up our government department here. I've been doing it for about 20 years, and government is all I do. Townships, boroughs, and then school districts, and then it comes right back around to the municipalities again. So I'm well versed in the accounting and how townships work, how the numbers work. I guess a little bit of the actual approach to an audit that I have. Very first thing that we do is we come in and we sit down with your staff and talk about internal controls. That is the absolute, almost more important than the numbers is what are your safeguards? What are your procedures over the cash disbursement process? Do you have a purchase order process? Is someone signing invoices to approve them before, checks are signed? What is the check signing procedure? What sort of reports are the board getting? And we look at that same thing over receipts. Is there, one person receiving the mail, opening the mail, making the deposit, doing the bank? We want to see how are things segregated? How are you organizing your processes to minimize the risk of something going wrong? So we'll look at disbursements, receipts, payroll, bank statement processes, who's opening the mail. Journal entries, who's managing the books, who has access to the books, all those sort of things. That is, sometimes that's a good day of sitting down and just talking to people and figuring out how things work, looking at them and then making recommendations. That is part of an audit when we look at internal controls. If there's things that we feel are gaps, there's shortfalls or things that can be improved, we're required to provide you with some documentation and recommendations to improve those things. Beyond that, when we actually talk about getting into the numbers and performing the audit itself, I did look at your DCD report, which is available on the DCD website. Everyone in the state is, it's not a very busy set of books that you guys have. It looks like you guys operate on cash basis of accounting. So really it's cash, and then it's diving into those revenues and expenses. Typically I have a few approaches for an organization your size. One thing that I'll do is I will, look at your financial sort of statement as it would appear for the DCD. I'll look at material lines and I'll sample. That is one thing I'll do. I will just come in with it can be a little annoying, especially in the first year of an audit, because I tend to come in a little heavy in the getting to know you phase. But I'll request, the backup for revenues and expenses. That's one big thing we do. We look at, for payroll, we look at every W-2 the township has, and we compare them year on year and make sure that salary increases make sense based on what the board is approving on an annual basis. We also rely heavily on data extraction and analysis tools. My guess is, and I don't know if I asked, my guess is you guys might be operating on QuickBooks.
We do.
Yeah. All right. I figured as much. A lot of municipalities about your size do, and that's fine. That makes sense. And I think that's a good system for what you guys have. Nice thing for QuickBooks for me is it's very easy to export that data. So one of the things that we'll do is we will get what's called a general ledger detail report. And what that is it's a report that is every individual transaction of the township for the entire year. So if you have a bill for paper clips, it's in there separated, for whatever that would be. And we take that GL, we put it into our data extraction and analysis tool. And what it allows us to do is sort of analyze to touch 100% of your activities. And, there's a bunch of things we can do there. One thing is a Benford's Law mathematical test. What that says is in any randomly occurring population of numbers in the townships, transactions are a randomly occurring transaction, population of transactions, the first digit will be number 1, 30% of the time. And it'll be number 2, 22% of the time. And 3, about 18% of the time. It drops off and curves. So we'll look at every transaction in the township, make sure it follows that curve. It always does. I haven't had a municipality yet that has, we'll run 9,000 transactions through it. It hits that curve. So then what we'll do is we'll do the first 2 digits, 11, 12, 13, all the way up to 99. And we'll get spikes in there. A lot of times it's recurring payroll that happens every couple of weeks, but we'll look into that and make sure that there's not some sort of abuse of, putting in invoices right under a certain approval threshold. So we'll look for any sort of manipulation of numbers there. We'll do pivot tables. That's taking the information, sorting it by month, and looking for any unusual spikes or values in the activity and using that to target in on. Over a number of years with the client, not only will we be able to analyze it month to month within a year, but month to month within every year we've done the audit. So if every year there's a spike in a subsidy line in March, well, maybe that's just your liquid fuel money coming in. And then we can kind of see that, okay, that happens every year. That's not something that raises concern. We'll do predictive analytics, based on history of revenues and expenses, come up with what we think this year should look like compared to actual results. And again, if actual results skew from our expectation, that's what we'll test with expenses. The idea is that we're not coming in doing the same revenues every year, the same expense accounts every year. We're not looking at the same vendors. It's not like the 10 biggest expense accounts, the 10 biggest vendors. It's really letting the numbers dictate where we take our audit. And it's a risk-based approach that I think really digs in and would give you a good sense of comfort that things are operating the way they should be and being reported the way they should be. So we go through that process, we pull various samples, we'll do confirmations for major revenues, cash accounts, things of that nature. And then, provide the report, provide any recommendations we would have. And that's sort of the audit in a nutshell. So between that sort of bird's eye view of the audit and the packet you have, I think that sort of covers our approach pretty well. I'd be happy to field any questions if anybody has any.
Yes,
Go ahead, Dave.
So I just have a quick question about, how important is your relationship with the township treasurer? We just hired a new one. And so my question is, we just hired Peter Burrs to do our treasury work.
I know Burrs Gowey, that firm. Yep.
And so that firm just got started with us. They're likely in the middle of, figuring out how they want to structure and change the township. And so, I think maybe when you talk about accounting controls, we're in the process, perhaps, I haven't talked to the new treasurer, of him overhauling it, right, and getting it to where they would like it to be. So, again, how important is stability before you come in? Because as an auditor, you come in and say, where's the baseline? Does the baseline change? Right now, where it looks like we're actually creating our baseline.
Yeah, I understand that. I am familiar with the Burrs Gowey firm. I work with them at a couple other municipalities as well, where they're in there sort of as not necessarily a treasurer position, but they sort of help keep the books. I actually do a couple. I do one where I keep the books and they do the audit, and then another one where it's the other way around. So I know that firm pretty well. As far as stability goes, I have clients that I've worked with for 20 years, and I don't think there really is anything I don't think stability exists. It seems like things are always changing, especially with technology and things like that. I mean, just look what happened over the last 18 months with the virus and everyone going remote, at different municipalities and things. I mean, everybody's processes have changed. So there's always some lack of stability, but, I wouldn't, if anything, if you're already going through some change, I think my approach would be to sort of coordinate a bit with Burrs Gowey, look at what they're looking to do, and sort of make sure that, again, that there's no gaps, because, Burrs Gowey is working for you. They're not independent. I'm an independent auditor. So I'd be kind of coming in with a little bit of a different view, and maybe have a recommendation or two for them. If anything, maybe rather than them putting something in now and then you change auditors in a year or two, if there'd be a gap somewhere, you'd be changing things now and then you'd be changing things in a year or two if your auditor were to find something. Whereas if everyone's kind of doing it at the same time, you can kind of make your changes, figure out what you want to do all at once, and be good. So it's a little bit more coordination, obviously, because everyone's kind of coming in new. But I think long term, it gives you a little bit more stability, because you'll feel like, all right, once we got it, everybody sort of agrees on it, we got it.
Right. Okay.
Chris, you made a comment about you had some clients for 20 years. So
yeah.
In your mind, is being with somebody for a long period of time, is that not necessarily bad? Because it sounds like it works in some cases.
Well,
like, is that
I will say some of those clients that I've been on for 20 years, I guess, to be fair, I was a young guy out of college when I started working with some of those guys. And, over the years, there's been team transition. So, partners who worked on those audits 20 years ago have long since retired, and there's been new sets of eyes. It really is sort of a philosophical type of thing. Some like to have an auditor who really knows them well, and they feel like they're getting good service, out of them, and they're getting things timely, they're available throughout the year, which I think we are all those things, which is why we've had those long-term relationships. But then there's other municipalities and school districts that we work with where, every 5 years they change, and that is just the way they do it. It really is philosophical. It's what every organization's comfortable with. I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer. It's really, are you getting what you want?
Thank you. That's good.
Sure.
So, Chris, if we were to change, how do you work with the previous auditor? Is there some sharing of information, or do you just have to start over?
Yeah, we all play nice with each other, which is the good thing, because, one day I'll be asking one firm for something, and, a week later they'll be asking me for something. Clients, they move around. And there's only so many firms in the region that really do this government work heavily. So I think you're with Barbicane now, and I've worked with them before. We have a very friendly relationship. The way transition happens is we do a couple letters. We have you guys, we would have you guys send a letter to Barbicane saying, hey, we've changed auditors, and you're allowed to share your prior audit information with them. And then at that point, I would reach out to them, and that's when we would have a little bit of a sharing of information. I'll be honest with you, I don't like to get too much from the prior auditors, because I like to make my own conclusions and do my own work. But there are some things, like I know you guys have a debt issue from, I don't know, 10 years ago, something like that. So if they had any schedules on that, something historical like that, I would want to get from them. Maybe see what they did with cash and a couple of things like that. But I tend to not rely too much on the prior auditors, because personal preference, I like to do my own thing and make my own conclusions.
So this might be just an artifact because we were with Barbicane for so long, and the previous treasurer, they just had a close relationship. I don't know if we saw much other than they came in once a year and went through the books, and some of us, or maybe all of us, got interviewed by them. My experience was they were asking me questions about what I was looking for more than what suggestions from them, which I thought was kind of odd. But it wasn't like a sit down and say, hey guys, it's 2020, here's some new accounting ideas. It's more, the function is more about, is everything in compliance and above board, so to speak. Yeah. And so it sounds like you're saying you would be much more hands-on in terms of, it's beyond just compliance, it's about best practices above and beyond whatever we were doing.
Yeah, my approach is not simply to tie out your cash, look at some revenues, look at some expenses, give you a report and walk away. We are required in an audit to understand your entity. Okay. We are required to understand how you work, what you're doing, and especially with smaller organizations, there tend to be less people, less employees, which creates less segregation of duty, which creates some of those little holes. So anywhere I can make a recommendation, and look, I've made recommendations to municipalities that they've been like, yeah, we really can't do that. I've made recommendations about, hey, I think purchase orders are a really good idea. I don't know if you use them or not. I have no idea. But I've made recommendations like, hey, purchase orders, I like them personally. I think it helps with cost control. I've made those recommendations, and municipalities come back and said, well, no, we have a budget. As long as they stay under the budget, we're fine with them doing whatever they want. That's fine. But I do believe in trying to make recommendations to, improve financial reporting and management of the finances. And it's not just, the whole interview thing that came out of Enron, 20 years ago. Ever since then, there's a standard now that part of the audit is we have to do some sort of inquiry. Sometimes I do questionnaires that we mail out to all the board members, asking, if there's anything we need to be aware of. Sometimes I'll do phone calls, sometimes I'll do live meetings if I see someone out at the office. But that is required. But yeah, and it's not just during the audit either. I have municipalities that reach out to me year round with little questions. This year it's been ARP, recovery money. Hey, we just got a check from Treasury of X dollars. What do we do with it? And then I tell them I don't know because the money came before any rules came out. But
We're facing that right now.
Yeah. It's become a little clearer. I've been able to give better guidance and but I've certainly helped municipalities over the last couple of months with the lost revenue calculator, trying to free up that money for general use and things like that. So we certainly look at ourselves as a year-round resource, not just a come in for a couple days, look at some invoices and see you next year. That's not really our philosophy.
So Kristen, I'm confused because what do you do versus what the treasurer does? Because I would expect the treasurer that we just hired to help us out with the American Relief Fund or some other issues in terms of how we set things up. So is there an overlap now?
I don't know. I don't know exactly what you've engaged them to do. Now they can't do an audit. They're not independent.
But you're saying you do more than an audit, right? You're very much about almost sounds like best practice.
Yeah, I mean there is an advisory aspect of our services. So really anything that impacts numbers, I'm available to consult on, because my philosophy is, hey, if you don't ask me about it, if you get the money in October and you don't know what to do with it and you don't ask me about it, well, then we're just going to have the conversation during the audit, especially if it wasn't recorded right or treated right or something like that. I don't know. I guess the short answer is I don't know if there will be overlap or not with the treasurer. I don't know what their level of expertise is with things like ARP money. We do also have a tax department here. So I'll have municipalities reach out to me if all of a sudden there's a tax issue or a payroll issue or something they need worked out there. I don't know if Bars Gowie does those sort of things either, but certainly I think with expertise, there probably could be some overlap. Sure. I mean, they're a CPA firm and we're a CPA firm. But I guess, especially with ARP money, there's been a lot of consultation and questions about that. So who knows? I mean, there could be questions that they can't field that, they don't have the experience with, that they kick over to us.
Would we pay you report by the hour? So I would assume the audit was a certain cost to do the actual audit.
If I get you by the hour? Yeah, our approach, our firm approach to that is, if I get a call or an email throughout the year and it's something that takes me 15 minutes to shoot back an answer to a question or something like that, that's gratis. I consider that part of the audit fee. That is part of our annual audit fee. If it's something where you have I had some municipalities that reached out to me and they really wanted some help with the lost revenue calculator related to ARP money. So that was me sitting there for maybe an hour doing that, or an hour and a half for a really big municipality. That I would kind of say, hey, well, I can do that for you, but there's going to be an increase for. So, the little stuff, the phone calls, hey, what do we do with this? Or what do you think about this that I get? No, there's no extra bill. There's no extra bill for that.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I guess for us, we have two steps. First, we have to decide if we want to change or revisit our auditors, and then we have to choose an auditor. So I think the motion today is about whether we want to select a different auditor. And I just want to say, for me personally, this year when our manager / bookkeeper / treasurer left, I had thought I knew a lot about what was going on. I think we all did. And then we all discovered that we had a lot of gaps in terms of knowing passwords and codes and processes. And so it's been a learning experience. And, the buck does stop with us. And it just made me think, I think maybe we all, could have been more actively involved. It would have helped our staff to know a little bit more about what was really going on. Not to suggest anything wasn't right, but we were kind of arm's length for a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, we want to say there wasn't any malfeasance going on, but you're absolutely right. I think we had a pretty everything was consolidated and controlled with not a lot of, I don't know how to say this, but not a lot of transparency to the rest of the board on how things worked. So when we did make a change, it was kind of like we were almost starting from scratch. I mean, things were documented, but it was difficult to navigate. So the question, I don't have a motion on the motion sheet. And so when we go, and so I don't know if we need a motion to make the change. I think that would happen in the organizational meeting. Anyway, we would just say we're either going to restate Barbicane or we're going to go with a new firm, right? I'm not sure. This is a very process-oriented question, Chris. I apologize. But
look, I'm just here to talk about what we do. I'm not, I was not expecting a vote or an answer or anything. Yeah. I'm just here to give some information.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was very helpful with Chris explaining what he did. I think he has a different philosophy that gives us something to think about. And I once again, I think it was a very good opportunity to hear that. I always like, when I'm thinking about making a choice either to stay with something or go with somebody else, I like to have three people I look at. So we know what Barbicane has done for us, and we have a sense of what that is. We could also have them come in and talk to us again. But I would like to interview at least one more group just to hear what they have to say. And then I think the board at a public meeting should make a decision on what they want to do. But I think Chris was very helpful, and I think he brought a different approach to auditing than I had heard about before, and I think it was very helpful. And I think we need to consider that, right? But I'd like to get a third just to even it out.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think the other voice I would like to hear is just our treasurer. Comment on our treasurer, just to see what that firm's philosophy is and where they want to go, and we don't want to say, I just will, not that they're the decision maker, but it'd be nice to hear what they have to say.
Well, Chris, you're very clear on what you do, and it's definitely different than what I've understood we do. So it's really helpful. You provided a very clear understanding in quite a short period of time. So it's been really helpful.
Great. Well, I appreciate the time and the opportunity. If you guys would have any other questions for me, I'm here. So let me know.
I have a question. Chris, would it be you? If we said yes, it's you, would we get you? Or we get somebody else in your office?
You would get me.
Okay. No, that's good, because you came across really well. And I agree with what Nancy said. You were very easy to understand. Because you came across with your philosophy, and so there's an understanding. You want to build a relationship, and you want to understand how things work, because you want to use that understanding to help us do better, or either do better, which we probably all can do better, or to maintain a level of excellence that we currently have. So I think you've made that case, and it's something for us to think about.
Yeah, I just make a comment about some resources the township has. We have 3 elected auditors. 2 of them are active CPAs, and one's a retired CPA. So these guys have a very in-depth knowledge of the auditing process. So certainly their input would be helpful if we're going to be evaluating an auditing firm or a group of firms. So I wouldn't bypass that resource. I mean, none of us really understand the auditing process. We hear about it, and we know that it's a selective process. You pick away at this and pick away at that, and you find things, you go deeper. And but really, none of us really have that kind of expertise. I think tapping into our 3 elected auditors for some expertise would be appropriate at some point in the process.
Yeah, I learned a lot during this, and I learned that they're not actually elected. They're elected for a couple things. It's great that they're experienced in other areas, but they're elected to review salaries, I think the supervisor salaries, once a year. And they may also choose to encourage us to get a new audit if they're concerned about something. They can't do audits because we have independent auditors, and we didn't elect them for that. But, there's no harm in understanding their perspective. I just think they've made clear that ultimately it's our decision, and we have the accountability for if things go right or wrong. So I took that to heart, and I do understand what they're saying.
Well, the only point I'd make is at least two of them, probably the three of them, are fully capable of doing an audit on their own if they had to. They're that capable and that experienced. So it's a plus that we have that resource within the township.
Hey, John and Nancy, I'd add one particular thing in addition to what Nancy said, which was all correct. We have the responsibility if the external auditor cannot perform the audit for some reason, we have to do it. So, and
that's right, Jim.
We are capable of doing that.
Yeah. Okay, so well, Chris, go home. Looks like you're still at the office. Way too late for that. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll go through our process.
I totally understand. If you need anything else from me, let me know. Again, thank you for giving me the couple minutes tonight.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks,
This was a really
Thanks
good
so much.
conversation.
All right. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good night, Chris. So moving on to solicitors updates, because I think we're going to push the budget to the end.
David, we missed two items, the road program and the fair share discussion.
We have people waiting too, right? We have other folks waiting online.
All right, so increase, the fair share.
I think we're here because we have Medic 94 on the phone and possibly even Westgrove on the phone.
You're right. So let's go through our increased fair share. I'll let you lead that discussion, John.
Okay. I know I had worked back and forth with email with Bob Hotchkiss of Medic 94. He's already made some comments. So I know he's on the phone. And Westgrove may be also in here. Westgrove did send us an actual upgraded number, which we'll go over when we get to their point. So I think Robert's on the phone, on the call. So why don't you come in here, Robert? I guess what we're looking for is we're working on our budget right now. So we have a number for the 2022 budget, which was provided by the emergency service providers. And that number was provided to us before the announcement of the hospital closing. So everybody recognizes that there's going to be a tremendous financial impact on them. So ultimately what we're looking for is an indication of what the increased cost would be, either an actual number or possibly a high spot percentage increase, something we can put in the budget as a placeholder. So that's what we're looking for.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to be here, and thanks for the invitation. As you mentioned, the impact on us is going to be significant. We've got a couple things that are a little bit different. We lease space from the hospital, so we've been notified that we're out of there on the 31st. We have gotten a 90-day extension. The hospital they'll still have power there and security and maintenance, but we did have a 90-day extension, at which point we can actually stay in the facility, which will save us a little bit of time to try to figure out where we're going to move to with the hospital. So that's one additional cost. We suspect we're going to do some type of hybrid station between the hospital and the Penn Township building, only because the hospital won't let us use any bathrooms, but that's a whole other discussion. We looked at what the impact on us is going to be. And I think the last time I talked to you, I don't believe that we had the announcement at that time. It was close to about that time in September. We looked at the additional cost of $200,000 is going to be the financial impact on us. And that broke down to salaries, because we're going to have to add capacity. previously or before the hospital shut down, an average call would take about 45 minutes. Remember, half of our patients went to Jennersville. That average call time was about 45 minutes. Now we're taking everybody either to Christiana, Union, Chester County Hospital. So there's going to be more and more times that the paramedic units are not available. So we were going to put on an additional 10-hour paramedic 7 days a week. We also had some additional capital costs where we were going to be required to do additional costs for supplies and obviously vehicle fuel and things like that. So we looked at the additional cost was going to be $200,000 a year, and our board committed to spending that $200,000, taking $200,000 out of savings, because we want to assure the capability and the capacity out in the community that we've provided for the last 38 years. But what we did is we went out and said, if we broke that $200,000 down by the formula that we've used here, the shared formula, the new formula we've used over the last 2 years, what would that mean per township? And so we sent that out to each municipality, and by using that formula, the additional will be $11,600. I've met with about 5 or 6 municipalities to date, and one of the things I've told them is that is the worst case scenario. That is that the hospital doesn't open again. There's a lot of rumors out there that this is something that where it will close January 1 and a new owner will roll in there and it might open up April 1, July 1, or whatever. And a lot of these additions, so we could drop that capacity. So I know the municipalities that have committed to it, and there's been 5 or 6 to date, they said, hey, we should probably, if we do this, we would pay the extra capacity on a quarterly basis, because you may not need it. If the hospital opens back up, that would change a lot of the expenditures. So with the calculation, I think I sent it to you, John, it was 11,600 in addition to, and I don't have that other number with me.
I got it right here. The number we've been working with is 21,840.
Right.
And then you want to add 11,600. That takes us up to 33,440.
Right.
So that's really the number we're looking for. So that's the fundamental question I have tonight, is to get it in, to get a placeholder in our budget. This is really more than a placeholder. It's an actual value. So we do have an actual value from West Grove. We have not heard from Avondale yet. So I understand the other issue you have related to costs is that you use the hospital's procurement system to order drugs, equipment, and other material. And there's some real economies in being able to do that. So you might want to speak to that part of it and how
yes. John, as you mentioned, we buy supplies and pharmacy from the hospital at a discounted rate. And it also helps us logistically because we don't have to wait for things to be shipped. We could just get down the supply room. We have been very fortunate to meet with Chester County Hospital, Penn Medicine, and they have agreed to enter in an agreement with us to be able to buy supplies from them. We figure that our vehicles we'll be taking patients to Chester County Hospital multiple times a day. So it'll be a matter of going around back and there'll be a package for us. We can go ahead and order it. So Penn Medicine has stepped up on that. That's one thing we've been able to take off the table. And I suspect that will be something that will be beneficial. And we should probably have about the same amount of savings on that with Penn Medicine. So that's something that really helped over the past. Actually, we just agreed to it here this week. So that's going to be one less thing on the table.
That should keep you fairly revenue neutral on supplies. Okay.
On supplies, now we're going to have more call volume. And one of the reasons we think there's going to be more call volume is a lot of people just drove to the hospital. And now they're going to be, hey, there's not a hospital 5 minutes down the road. I'm going to call 911. So we expect call volume to increase. We expect patients that might have gone via ambulance and not had the paramedics because it was only a 5 or 10 minute ride to the hospital. Now that's going to be a 40-minute ride. Their condition may be to the point where they might be of value to have a paramedic go with them. So we suspect that there's going to be an increased supply cost only because we expect call volume to go up and the percentage of patients that we transport to also go up. And then with that, you get additional fuel costs and things like that. And again, we accelerated our capital campaign to buy a valuable piece of equipment, our new cardiac monitors. we're going to have to get that third monitor into service because we're going to be periods of the day that we have 3 paramedics on duty, usually during peak time. So we're going to average about 10 hours a day. And we're actually trying to start that here in December just because we're already feeling the impacts on it. We used to take 50% of our patients to Jennersville Hospital. Right now, with their decreased capacity, we are taking 15% of our patients to Jennersville Hospital. So it has significantly dropped. And while there are some patients we can take there, as I mentioned before, their ICUs shut down. And a lot of our advanced life support patients are possible ICU admissions, so we have to take them elsewhere. So it's already starting to impact us, and I'm sure it's impacting West Grove and Avondale just as much as it is us. And we're having to drive to Westchester, and we're waiting sometimes at Westchester to transfer a patient anywhere between a half hour and 2 hours to transfer the patient.
Yeah, I've heard that from West Grove, where they've had to wait a long time with a patient on their stretcher, can't get them into the ER, the facility. So it's tying up their equipment and people much longer.
Right.
Certainly, I guess the other factor is the equipment replacement, the mobile equipment replacement cycle is going to shorten now.
Right. And again, we wanted to provide everybody with the worst case scenario. You know, I hear a different rumor every day, and I've personally met with some agencies and people that are exploring a purchase of the hospital. I don't know how serious they are. There's a lot of rumors that, you know, the place has to close before somebody can buy it because you could save money on, you know, debt and taxes or whatever. But again, we wanted to come up with the worst case scenario, and, you know, hopefully the total requests will go down because it might reopen again in April or, you know, whenever, and then we could adjust our costs based on that.
Okay, I think you answered the question. I think we'll see what the rest of the board has to say, but ultimately, we need to support your organization and the other emergency service organizations and recognize that these costs went up for an appropriate reason. So I don't see any other choice here but to fund these things. I don't know where the rest of the board is, but I think that's what we have to do.
John, I don't know if you want to hear from myself as well, Neil Vaughn from West Grove. I just want to let you know I am here if the board does have questions.
You're next.
So yeah, Neil, you did send me a number, and I can see if I can find that number here.
I have it in front of me if you would like it.
Let's see. Yeah, we got it right here. So right now for Franklin, we were fire at, I don't know if I can share this screen. Hold on, let me just see if I can press the share screen button. Where the heck is that? Oh, I got to go back to Zoom. Okay. All right. So if I share the screen. Jeff, is that going to share?
Yes, sir. I just made you a co-host.
Okay. So let's see if I share again. Let's see, where's my screen? There it is right there. It's this one right here. Can we enlarge that, or do I have to do that?
You have to do that, sir.
There it is. Okay, so there's the numbers that you sent us, Neil, and it's pretty clear that the fire number was the 127,822. The EMS was the number you gave us before the hospital closed, and that gave us a total of 179,421. We have that in the budget. But the important number is the next one, which is the Jennersville Regional Hospital closing, which is a plus 22,269. I'm assuming that's all EMS.
Yeah. So, and our impacts are much like, you know, with Medic 94s. So what we're looking at is increasing staffing to staff another ambulance during key hours of the day, days of the week, even weekends. You know, we're taking a look holistically at, you know, kind of where we're going to feel those impacts and put them that, you know, at an increased crew on during those times. So it's mainly going to be EMS staffing. And then if we do increase that staffing, that leaves our fire staffing in place for the day. which we do staff fire drivers at both our West Grove and our New London stations. So that won't touch that as well. So we figured it was mainly an EMS impact. You know, and one thing we're also looking to do is everybody's kind of being a little reactionary, and rightfully so, between the environment that we're in right now with the economy. You know, it's going to be kind of tough to recruit and retain you know, EMTs that, you know, for a 12-hour shift are driving between, you know, the West Grove area and Chester County Hospital and Christiana Hospital and the other facilities that Mr. Hotchkiss mentioned. So we're looking to increase our salaries as well, because we've already had one of our neighbors increase, you know, as well. So, you know, Chick-fil-A is hiring at 19 an hour and we're hiring at 17 an hour. We have to be competitive. Yes. So that's one of the things to come out of this as well. And again, you know, as mentioned, we're willing to, you know, work with the townships as well to, you know, work out, you know, if we, you know, we may not need this for, you know, the first quarter or so. Once we, you know, kind of get going, see what those impacts are, you know, that's obviously our projection. But you know, if it sells and, you know, the world is great again, you know, obviously then that figure is going to decrease. But I think we're all getting ready to bunker in for a long haul here.
Yeah, I think the number, I mean, I'm going to recommend to the board we accept the number. I really don't have any other choice but to support these important emergency services. So,
and we certainly appreciate that support. And you know, this isn't ideal to us either. We like to be very transparent and work with our municipalities, you know, during this process. But you know, it's kind of one of those things that you know, that's thrown at us, and we'll deal with it as best as possible.
Okay, so the number we need is the 51,538 plus the 22,269, which takes it up to just about 74,000.
So part of that 51 number is the initial budget request from earlier this year. So that was the combined fire and EMS. So that was part of the 179 number. Yep. So total additional above the 179 would be the 22,000 and change. So it brings it up a total of 201 and change.
201. We budget the fire and EMS separately in separate lines.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to assume that the 22,000 is additive to the 51,000 as a total EMS cost.
Correct. My apologies. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. I mean, I've talked, certainly the other board members may have some questions, but I've talked to the West Grove a number of times, and David has also. So we know the story probably better than the rest of the board. So I don't really have any questions other than the fact that these are essential services provided by professional organizations that have performed very well for the community over the years. So I don't think we have any other choice but to support the numbers. So I'll just open it up for the board.
Yeah, Dawn or Nancy, if you have any questions.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I
just have a general, you know, curiosity question. Through a number of conversations when talking about EMS and response time and where they go to different hospitals, one of the things that was mentioned was the wait time currently for ambulances. At some hospitals, they'll be sitting waiting to drop off a patient for upwards of 2 hours before they can unload a patient. I guess this question would be for Bob or Neil. You know, with Jennersville closing, you know, how much worse is that going to get for patients when they're looking for emergency services, when you've got already this queue of ambulances? And I guess the second question is, you know, do you anticipate with that, if the Jennersville situation completely destabilizes and there's nobody, well, it can't get worse, but nobody takes it over, what kind of further increases would you anticipate or personnel need would you need to kind of compensate for the lost ambulance time as you're waiting on the tarmac, so to speak?
Yeah, I think each hospital has their own, they call it vertical flow that they're working on. we had a chance, actually, West Grove's EMS chief and I went up and briefed the administration of Chester County Hospital, saying it's bad now, just so you know, this is how much, we expect this percent of patients are now going to come there. Our record right now is 1 hour and 50 minutes at Chester County Hospital. Christiana has a little bit different management style with theirs, and it's significantly less at Christiana, but sometimes we do get hung up there just due to volume. But we had a chest pain patient the other day that waited over 35 minutes, and it was we just don't have a place to put them. We don't have a place to physically put them. So it's a challenge for our crews, and it's a challenge for the patients too. But I don't know, a lot of this, again, we're hoping for the best, but we're assuming that, making some assumptions here on what we think call volume will be and where patients will go and what our staffing levels will be. And as Neil said, what the economy is going to be with employees. It could get, we kind of took a shot at it this year, but it's really going to be a matter of us having some experience here over the next year, especially if the hospital doesn't open up to say, hey, we were a little bit high here or we're a little bit low here, and this is going to be the true impact year to year.
And hopefully COVID is going to go down, continue going down so that those ERs aren't full with COVID patients.
Yeah. Dave, on West Grove's end, we're obviously pretty close to what Bob said. This is our projection for the year. We're hopeful. It's kind of like that worst case scenario, but we'll continually monthly look at our data. We'll continually look at our stats. Quick war story. I was able to visit some friends up in Schuylkill County over the weekend, and they're seeing the same thing. They have 3 hospitals within their county that are all full, and their ambulances were transporting to the Scranton area, to Reading, to Harrisburg, and everything like that. So, it's happening all over. But again, once you lose a facility that can capture those patients, then obviously it puts a strain, and we hope that this is the only one that falls, but we're hearing rumors that Brandywine may be next as well.
I heard the same thing, that they're on the block also, so that's not.
Yeah, and I don't want to put any ill will out there either, but we obviously have to be prepared for that as well.
Well, it looks like you have a situation that's not entirely predictable. So David's question is a good one, but I'm not sure that there's a solid answer for what's going to happen in the future. Certainly, it kind of defines the worries we have, but.
No, for sure. And I know Bob, speaks the same. We're obviously here as we move forward to definitely answer any questions, be there. Like I said, we're going to continually do it. I think we also identified when we spoke in November that, we're going to try first quarter too, to kind of get all of our municipalities back together so we can, kind of give a first quarter update as to where we are and where we're going.
All right, I appreciate your time. I don't know if there's anybody from Avondale online. We sent a note out to them, but they may or may not be online. So if not, we'll see if we can contact probably Tina Myers tomorrow and see if we can get a number from them. So, all right, if board doesn't have any other questions, we can kind of move on to the next item. So,
all right.
And Neil and
Thanks for helping us.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, David.
So we've got, so we're going to do the solicitor's update first and then move on to the budget review.
Got the road program. Bring that road.
Is the road program on here?
Yeah, it's really going to be a short presentation by Jeff.
Okay. Perfect. All right, road program. Let's go. Perfect.
Well, the only thing that I have this evening is Long's asphalt is completed. It's done. We've gotten several compliments, not only from board members, but also from the public. November 8th, we finally were able to schedule the line striping for the roads. That went off rather well. And now Yardworks is doing what I call cleanup work now, filling in behind the asphalt curbing, and the work is outlined by Ron Reagan.
Okay.
And Jeff, just to, at some point, probably at our next board meeting, I'd like to communicate to the public what was quoted versus what was spent in all those areas. I think they're pretty close, but it's always good just to make sure the public knows what the cost of each road was. And I agree, I've gotten a lot of compliments from people. It's been really nice.
Melissa and I will work together, and if need be, we'll bring Ron Reagan into the fold.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And Jeff, I wanted to comment. I didn't think it would work. I didn't think you could get all these roads done in such a short period of time at such a high quality. So I commend you, your work, your leadership, Ron's work and leadership. And, thank your works for being there and doing that final cleanup work. But it's well done. So congratulations to the whole team that worked on it. You made a believer out of me. It's just such a quality job. It's beautiful. So thank you.
And I wanted to give a shout out to Steve Long and Howard Jones too of Long's Asphalt. They were easy to work with, easy to get a hold of, to get updates, to do schedules. So they really made staff's life easy. So I greatly appreciate their work.
Yeah, I just got one comment. Not take nothing away from anybody to help this program along because it really ran off smoothly. But the weather was extremely accommodating. So bad weather could have really generated some problems for us. So as a key learning looking forward, we got to schedule this thing earlier in the year. I mean, we ended up pretty late in the year, and in previous years, we've got some weather that really limited our ability to finish these roads and even had to carry one over a year one time. So PennDOT does have a limit as to how far into November you can pave. Jeff, it used to be the end of October, but I think it's about mid-November now.
Correct.
But there is a date that will no longer allow you to use liquid fuel money to pave roads. So we're getting up against it here, starting as late as we did. So we're fortunate with weather. I don't say that to take anything away from anybody's performance. I think it's just a key learning and planning next year is to get the thing moving earlier from a schedule standpoint.
Absolutely. And I've been in contact with robotics too, to see if we can do a quick update, not driving, but do an update in the spreadsheet regarding the roads we've done this year, and then generate our list for next year to start looking at it.
Yeah, I think part of the benefit of what we did last year was we really looked at more roads than we could fix. And so we have a short list of what we want to work on this year already. So, I mean, if we really wanted to be lazy, we would just go do those roads and move on. But I think the robotics is a good idea because it's, we did a lot of new things this year. And I think that's kind of what prolonged this process. And so now that we have a list of roads for this year already, we have robotics in place where we can get that update in the new list, which was interesting. I know we've got more to talk about, but what was interesting about this year was we fixed a road that wasn't on our list because it had blown up over the winter. It was great when robotics looked at it. And then I think it might've been Nancy who was like, Schoolhouse looks like it's falling apart. And we went out and looked at it and it was like, yeah, it's falling apart.
Join the meeting.
I think that was one of those things where it's easy to come up with a plan and then, February rolls around and blows a road up because of a snowstorm. So, being vigilant, and it's a constant process. So it's all involved because we think we did a good job getting it managed this year.
David, it's important to have a big scope of work in front of you and look ahead. So you want to have more work than you can possibly do. It gives you some flexibility in selecting what you actually can do when you start to lay out the program. So the other thing it gives you is a look ahead to see how bad are things looking out. because my vision is that at one point that we would get to a point where we would improve the road. We're improving the roads faster than they're degrading. So at that point, you're going to end up with less and less work to do. And you eventually get to the point where the work that you can put into the roads maintains it at that level and possibly even reduce costs. So getting the scope out in front of you so you know how much work there is, even if you got another year's work in front of you, is important to be able to look ahead. And I kind of hope that at some point in the future, we could reduce the amount of money we put into it because we're fixing things faster than they're degrading. But it isn't an easy thing to measure.
No, for sure. So next month on this, we'll have a more deeper dive into the road program, what our cost projections were, and where we ended up. And I believe most, if not all of that information will be up on the website as well. Is there anything else we want to talk about before we move into the budget review and discussion?
Yeah, you got the solicitor's updates, right?
Solicitor's update, that's right. It's getting late already.
You don't want to hang Mark up through the whole budget.
Mark, I know it's 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr.
Solicitor's update.
All right, so we have several items. The first item is 3327 Appleton Road. We are filing our brief this week in the appeal concerning the demolition permit. So we'll look to schedule oral argument in that case, probably sometime in December or January, depending on what the judge's schedule is. Lexington Point, and certainly if there are questions, just jump in. That's the only update I have for that first item. For the second item, Lexington Point, Stan Corbett and Pete Eisenbrown and myself had a meeting about 2 weeks ago to review the status of where Lexington Point is with the, if you remember last year, we approved the amended agreement to construct the wastewater system. We identified several items in that. There's a section 6, that has a list of items that need to be completed before construction of the wastewater treatment plant can begin. We identified about 5 items. There are items that we believe Lexington Point can satisfy in a relatively short amount of time. And they have been forwarded to their counsel. I saw that he was on the call. I don't know if he is currently, but I have had discussions with him, and we're hopeful that we can get that agreement in place relatively soon. So that is, again, working towards a resolution. One item I would say, the township has the ability to approve the site contractor and the contractor for the construction of the wastewater treatment plant. And they had, the developer had designated Pikeland Construction, which was approved. And unfortunately, we just received word about 2 weeks ago that Pikeland is now out of business. So we need to approve a new proposed contractor for the construction of that facility. I understand from Mr. Edelman that they have chosen one. I don't have anything in writing or a request to approve anything, but that is one of the items that we identified, and that is actually in the agreement as an item that needs to be checked off, a box that needs to be checked off in order to move forward. So we have about, like I said, 5 items, and hopefully we can move this to conclusion. What we're looking for is a final set agreement signed by all the parties with all the necessary attachments, which includes new financial security for both the wastewater treatment plant as well as the underlying subdivision. Pete Eisenbrown has done that review and updated that number, and I don't believe the developer has any issue with that. So that is the status of Lexington Point. So that is moving forward.
Yeah, that was,
So Mark, the
was-
goal is to start building in September? I mean, not September, I'm sorry, in the spring? Or,
Well, I
do you have a
can't
sense?
speak, I can't speak for Lexington Point, but I have to say I have a couple clients that municipal authorities that work with wastewater treatment plants, and much like other supply chain issues, they're having trouble getting parts, specifically electronics parts. So I would suspect that a lot would be dependent on whether or not they can actually obtain the necessary functioning parts to construct that facility.
Yeah, Mark, a big issue we had a little while ago was trying to establish the cost of the facility, and Pete was going to do that. So it sounds like he's come up with the right number, and Keystone has accepted the number.
That's correct. Yes. Well, we don't have anything in writing, but we haven't heard anything back from them, the disputing it. The attorney has indicated to me that that he has not heard anything from them.
Mark, I'm here, Mark.
Okay, Greg.
Hi, good evening. Greg Edelman here on behalf of the applicant. Yes, the applicant, the developer has accepted the numbers. In fact, the financial security has been issued and I believe delivered either to Mark's office or to the township. So those numbers are not in dispute at all. We agreed with whatever Pete came up with on both the updated site security number as well as the number for the wastewater treatment system. So as Mark said, we do have a couple of items left, and the majority of them deal with the contractor, given the last minute change in Pikeland no longer continuing to do business. We're looking at MGK, but we have not gotten a finalized bid back from them. We're looking to make sure that they agree to the same specifications that Pikeland had agreed to. So that way we're not reinventing the wheel and the township can just look at the same specs again. But other than that, I think we're pretty close. We've made a lot of progress. And yes, the goal is to start in the spring. Hopefully the supply chain won't be interrupting our ability to get the necessary parts, but we certainly will be starting work on the drip fields at a minimum, assuming all the exhibits are in, the agreement signed, security is posted.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I have a quick question on approving the firm to build the facility. I guess the board has to approve this contractor to build the facility.
That's correct, David.
So how do we make that decision, right? I mean, they've chosen somebody, they present it to the board, and we take what guidance from our engineer, LTL and you, or what's the procedure there?
Yeah, there's certain parameters in the agreement, and Stan Corbett has a good sense and an understanding as to the track record of certain contractors, and Greg can attest. I'm not familiar with the new contractor they've chosen, but I understand from him that it's a comparable company, and we would certainly rely on Stan to give us advice on that issue.
Right. We're not looking to bring in any new constructing or wastewater construction company. It's certainly going to be one that's been approved before by LTL, the township, or other engineering firms in the surrounding area.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have some say in the selection of the contractor. The township's going to eventually own and operate the facility, so we have some stake in it here.
Yeah, it's just we need to have some guidance on how to make that decision, right?
Okay.
That's where
Absolutely.
And it's important to talk to other municipalities or organizations that have worked with that contractor. I think, getting firsthand perspectives is always helpful too.
Okay.
Well, okay, so that is the second item. The third item is gourmet mushroom update. This is something we haven't talked about in quite some time. The township approved a plan for gourmet mushroom several years ago, a land development plan after a long negotiation concerning the use of the property for a mushroom composting facility. Over the last 3 years, Gourmets has been in litigation with the neighboring property owners on Queen Lane concerning a deed restriction, which appeared in the deeds for those properties, as well as the deed for the Benmark property where their proposed facility is to be located. That I understand, we have not participated in that. That is a private matter between those individuals. I understand that they did not receive, the neighbors didn't receive a favorable decision before the Court of Common Pleas, and that is now on appeal to the Superior Court. So I don't think there's anything for the township to do at this point. Once the resolution of that appeal occurs and Gourmet returns to the township for whatever approvals they need or amendments or what have you, then we will have an opportunity to re-engage them on the approvals that they've already received. But at this point, we are just waiting for the court to make a decision. I did have a communication, at least one was provided to me from the neighbors indicating that whenever that happens, they would appreciate if the township would support their position. But right now, there's nothing really for the township to do.
Yeah,
Mark, Gourmet can't do anything until after the appeal has been heard. Is that what you're, so it's kind of, there's a process here, and the next step is they have to go through the appeal process before Gourmet would come back to us?
Right, well, Gourmet and my understanding from their counsel is that they wanted to settle this before they in earnest move forward with constructing the improvements. Obviously, it's a significant construction project that would require financing, and that would be a risk on their part if there was a private deed restriction in existence that would prevent them from doing that after they already started that construction. So I think that was their business decision, and they have been litigating the issue, and that remains now before an intermediate appellate court in Pennsylvania.
Mark, if that litigation clears them, then I believe that Gourmet has an approved plan from the township to begin the process of construction, whatever that next step is. But I don't think there's not a major approval process waiting for them at the township. That's already been passed. And we were unsuccessful in opposing that facility. And we had an unfavorable decision on the acre law. So I kind of think that project
doesn't apply anymore.
Good. Hold on a second.
No, go ahead, John.
That plan is approved. I'm not sure that we can do anything about that plan.
Yeah, John, you're correct. That is an approved plan. That was a decision that the township took several years ago. Now, if they wanted to change it, modify it, then the township would have the ability.
That's a whole other story, but there is this specific facility that has been approved. Yeah.
Correct.
So Dave, we have a number of residents on the line. I see that, I'm not sure who has their name.
Julie Inglis has her hand up.
Yeah.
And I'll let you know. I don't think there's anything wrong with having her speak. So, Julie, you have something to say?
Yes. Hi, I am one of the neighbors. The neighbors just wanted to make the township aware that at the last trial, the plan that was approved by the township zoning board has actually changed significantly. So it no longer contains mushroom growing operations. It just contains a compost operation. So we're in the appeal process for that, but we just wanted to make the township aware that the plan that was approved that actually involved acre actually no longer does. So it has changed into just, they're only allowed to do a commercial composting operation not a growing operation. So that is different.
Well, that's new information, right? So I wasn't part of the board at the time this decision was made, so I don't know a lot of the details, but some of the details, as I understand them, was because they were growing mushrooms, that was why our hands were tied, right? They're going to grow mushrooms on the property, therefore we're infringing on a farmer's right to grow acre.
Agreed.
And
Well, I mean, if I could just interject, now the position of the Attorney General at the time was, when you have a mushroom composting operation that's part and parcel to a mushroom growing operation, which this one is, it's adjacent to and works directly with the mushroom growing operation, that is part of agriculture. That was the Attorney General's position at the time. And so that was what we were dealing with. I believe, and I haven't looked at anything that's been updated, but my understanding, the plan at the time was for mushroom composting rather than mushroom growing. Now, the issue that they have before the Superior Court, and again, we are not involved in that case, the deed restriction involved a restriction against mushroom houses, I think was the terminology used. So the case involved whether mushroom composting was part of mushroom growing. And when you looked at the term used, let's say, 75 years ago, when we didn't have these large operations, then composting was done along the growing. So there's been this historical kind of trying to understand what mushroom houses, I think, in the deed restriction actually means for purposes of restricting the use of the property. And that was litigated before the Court of Common Pleas and is now on appeal to the Superior Court. Now we would need to look. We haven't studied any revisions to the plans. So to the extent that Gourmet's is revising the plan that was approved by the township would have to relook at that. If anything else,
that was where I was going with the question. Is does the current board have an opportunity to revisit the plan if they've fundamentally changed that plan? And then two, you had indicated the previous Attorney General's position. Is there any reason that the new Attorney General would have a different opinion? Right. So if we have a new Attorney General and we have a new plan, does that give us the opportunity to revisit, or is this, a dead issue?
Well, anytime you have a new plan, and whether that involves new uses or modifications to the plan, then we have an opportunity to revisit, David. Yes. So, they were very specific in the type of facility and the improvements that they wanted, and we approved that. There is an approved plan, and they haven't moved forward with that. So if they want to come back in and change it, then we'll just have to evaluate those changes whenever that occurs. But yes, that does give us an opportunity to re-review a submission on their part.
Yeah.
Sorry, John. I just want to make clear that
submit the plan. So the plan that we have is approved, but if they substantially change it, then I think they've got to submit a revised plan. In fact, this first I heard of this tonight. I didn't know there was even a change in the process. So I think there's an opportunity for the township to look at it if they substantially change the original plan.
Right. And I see, Linda, you might want to say something. And if you go ahead. Mute. You're on mute.
There. The court decision limited them only to stage 1 composting. They won that case because they narrowed their focus of what they were going to do on the property, but they also plan to sell excess compost. It's not just going to be used for the adjacent growing operation. And there's no definition of what excess is. It could be a quite large commercial, just selling compost operation. So these are things that really need to be looked into before any approvals are given.
Well, I would like to, let me just catch this one, John. I'd like to, I'm telling you that the residents of our township, they are of the utmost importance to me and to us. And if we have an opportunity, which it sounds like we may have, to revisit this and within all legal arenas, do what's best for our community, I'm 200% behind that.
Yeah, I guess the question to the township staff is, have we had any inquiry or contact with Gourmet indicating they want to change the plan? I'm not aware of anything coming into the township.
No, John, I'm not aware of anything either.
We couldn't act on anything until they submit something.
Right. Yeah, and I'm the one who brought this on the agenda. I just wanted to update us. So I don't want to get anybody upset or anything. I just wanted to get an update because the fact that there was a court case, the fact that there was a limitation to what they can do, the fact that there's an appeal, the fact that there's the possibility that we might see the plan again. It's just a matter of making sure that the board's aware of it. And a resident had reached out to me at the polls, and I thought it was a good idea just to bring it to the board's attention and to the public that attended this meeting that this is what's going on. Just an FYI, be aware, watch the space. So I think Mark, in that context, I think you've accomplished that, right? You've brought us up to date. We've had some feedback from the residents, and now we're alert to see what happens. So I think we've done what we can do.
Yeah, we'll wait to hear. We'll wait to see again if the Superior Court makes a decision. There's nothing for us to do, but that would be the next thing I think that we would be looking for in the litigation. Certainly, the neighbors are looking for it. And then if we've received, there's still no action for the township, but we would have to react to whatever Gourmet's plan would look like whenever it submits a plan. If it submits the same plan or a different plan, we'd have to review it and make that determination. But that's where the matter stands.
Correct. It's just an FYI.
So Donna, could I ask a question? This is Paul.
Oh, yeah, sure, Paul. Go ahead.
So you guys are talking about when Gourmet submits, but I don't understand that. If Gourmet has an approved plan, why would they have to submit? Aren't they just ready to?
If they have an approved plan, then there's really not much we can do, right? But
so
based on what the neighbors are saying, the board has limited what they can do. So if they want to go ahead, and this is all they may be forced to submit a new plan.
Well, that's why we're trying to warn the township, is that in the court of law, they stated in open court that they will not be growing mushrooms on the property, that it is now just composting. And that is a change from what was submitted to the acre law argument.
That's true, but we have to wait for them to submit.
No, let me finish, John. Absolutely. When Gabe Valentino was on the stand in the zoning hearing board, they proposed a plan that had several buildings, and in one building, he was going to do phase something. I don't remember the phase 3 of mushroom growing. And that's when you seed the compost and begin the growing process and then move it into the grow room. And I personally asked him, I said, Gabe, that building is not conditioned. It doesn't have HVAC. You cannot grow mushrooms there. He said, we will upgrade the building when the time comes. And I said, when is that? The first year, the 5th year, whatever. He says, we don't know. And we all knew he was clearly lying, because you don't grow mushrooms in bunkers. You grow them in an enclosed house. But he carried that forward to the Attorney General. That's how they won the acre argument, was because, yes, it was composting, Mark is right, but they had some part of mushroom growing in there. And now when they got into our court case with the residents, in court, he switched it and said, no, we've changed our plan. Those are his words, changed our plan. We are no longer growing mushrooms. So What we're warning you is if he wants to come in and just start building, we're asking you to please check his plan and say, what is it you are building today? And my question is, does he need a building permit or does he already have that secured as well?
Paul, I guess all I could say is that he's going to substantially change the plan that was approved. He's got to be specific about what the changes are, and then the township would engage in those changes. I wasn't aware any of this stuff was even going on.
That's why that's why the residents wrote you the letter, John. Was just
so
bring
the
you guys
question that Paul's bringing up is, how do we compel Gourmet to return to the board with their new plan?
Yes.
And so that's my question to Mark is, you know, everything that we're hearing tonight is the plan's different. So how do we compel Gourmet to come to the board with their new plan?
Well, that would be when they apply for their building permit. But if they already have the building permit in hand, they don't need to see you.
Jeff, I don't think they have.
They don't have recorded plans yet, so they would need to record these plans and provide financial security. They haven't done that. So we would have quite, some administrative steps that they would need to jump through. Now, the original plan was dated April 25th, 2016. And that was the plan that we approved. Now, if they come in with a different plan, with a different date on it, that's different. Now that plan was actually called composting facility plan. So, I'd have to go back and review my files. This is 7 years ago.
Yep.
But
so Mark, that's why the residents wrote you all letters, and I'm bringing this forward. The request is when Gourmet comes in for whatever purpose, their permit or recording or whatever, that you please take a step back and just look at it and make sure they're not in violation of what was agreed to, because we believe they will be.
Okay.
The letter from Linda was distributed to the board, the planning commission, the zoning hearing board, as well as Robert Riddle, our zoning and code enforcement officer.
So the key point for you, Jeff, is when this happens, we need to make sure and be explicit of making sure that the plan matches what we agreed to.
Yeah, not just
Right,
let
so-
Robert just
So
rubber
it's not,
stamp it.
yeah, it's not simply just distribute and let everybody know. It's the staff, the board, the township staff has to trigger action.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So
That was helpful, Paul. Thank you.
Yeah, but Donna, we knew this would happen. When they were at the zoning hearing board and leaning toward mushroom growing, we're like, well, that's a stupid move because that lends to us on mushroom houses, right? We're like, well, then you can't win the deed argument. And then when they got to the deed argument trial, they changed their tune and said, we're not growing mushrooms. So they're very smart in the way they work the system. Mushroom houses are won the acre argument. No mushroom houses won the deed restriction. It's very smart.
So
devious, but smart.
All right.
All right, thank you.
I don't want to thank you, Paul. I don't want to rush this conversation, but is there anything more or anything new that we need to consider? I know there's a lot of concerned residents, and I want to make sure their voices are heard. So I don't want to cut it off, but is there anything more that we want to talk about on the gourmet mushroom debate?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Tony Lauria. I just have a very strong concern regarding their intent to do commercial composting in this area, in the residential area. And I'm wondering whether or not that's going to be permitted in our area, in the zone, or in the planning commission. And we're concerned, obviously, for property value and environmental risk, to allow them to do open composting to the degree that they could sell the excess product.
Okay. So that's another good, that's another excellent point where we want to make sure that they're not infringing on our zoning as well. So
thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And neighbors really appreciate, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the neighbors really appreciate your attention and awareness, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
But thank you for bringing it to our attention. I think this is very helpful. I'm glad you guys were proactive and now made us aware of some opportunities here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, one last quick request is the zoning hearing meeting was key to this. Do we have a video of that or a transcript that the residents can see? Is that a public record we can request?
I would expect the minutes.
Transcripts of that, Paul.
There'd be minutes to the meeting, so they'd be available.
No, I don't want minutes. I want a transcript.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
if
no,
we'll
we should have a transcript.
Yeah,
We should have a
yeah.
transcript.
We
Okay.
bring those people in to do transcripts.
All right,
Oh.
so Julie, could you please fill out a request for information and get a transcript from the zoning hearing meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Just moving on, there are two other items. The general code, I have a 60-page document that I had gone through. It took about a day with the former manager, and I need to confirm that the information that was put on that document is accurate so that the township can move forward with its code review, and I'll have that done by next week. That's the fourth item on the list. Now, the fifth item is 17 Bullock Road, and I'm not sure if everyone's aware of that, but there was a music festival, I understand. I don't have any firsthand knowledge or information on that, but the township did write a letter to a property owner indicating that having such an event would not be compliant with zoning. I understand the event did take place. I don't know to what extent that event caused a problem for the neighbors or what impact that event had. But the current zoning officer is now looking for a way to inform the property owner that the township's taking this seriously and that they're not to have any further music festivals on the property, or look into some way to possibly enforce against them. So that is what this item is. We have not come to a decision on that. The zoning officer has several theories and opinions, but we have not taken any action. Let's put it that way.
Well, Mark, Jeff put together some options. I don't know, for one of our meetings, I can't remember when. I don't know, we know that we talked about them, but it seemed to me that doing a permitting process would have been easy for us to put together a form and would have required the people having the event to have been held accountable, and we could approve or not approve the event. I think the problem with this was we had nothing in any of our ordinances that said you can't have this event. I do know we did hear the music. We're pretty far away from it, but the people close by heard it for 3 days in a row, and it was pretty loud. You know, I think it deserves, to your point, to look at it. And from what I saw from Jeff, and Jeff, you can comment, I thought the permitting process was the simplest way to have some control over it.
Yes.
Well, the county does require what's called a mass gathering permit. Anytime you want to have something that involves, and I don't know what the threshold number of people is, but you have to get a permit from the county. Now, I assure you, the county has no means of enforcing the mass gathering permit requirement. So that they're not going to send anyone out. They're not going to do anything if someone has an impromptu festival without their approval. So that kind of leaves it to the township.
Right.
It's difficult to enforce events which are one-day events. You know, it's easy if someone builds a house and it's in a setback, we can see that. But a one-day event really is a fine of up to $500 a day. You know, that's the prescription in the ordinance. So we're trying to look for a way to dissuade the property owner from doing this again.
Jeff, do you have any perspective you want to add?
No, during the before the event and during the event, the staff was in contact with the health department and the state police. We have gathered several, I'd say 2 or 3 sample ordinances, and you can make it as strict or as lenient as you want. Now, I wouldn't think we would want to do religious gatherings or weddings, but we could have some control if we wish, without it being draconian.
Yeah, I think that's something we have to discuss as a board, because I wonder, once again, could you really enforce it? But I don't think tonight's the night. I mean, we have to get to the budget, but something to discuss maybe at another meeting. But I question, the county had their permit process, they're not going to enforce it. We don't really have a police force that we would send, poor Jeff, we're not going to send him over there. So I just wonder what the utility is, but I think that would be a conversation at a subsequent meeting.
And Mark, I think part of Mr. Riddle's question was, do we have something in place now where the township could find them? Do we have something in place now? And number 2, is it worth doing?
We will speak with Mr. Riddle about that, but it sounds like the board is in favor of us coming up with a solution and communicating with the property owner concerning this activity.
Okay.
So that's all I have for the items that are under solicitor update.
All right. Thank you, Mark. So I think we are now at our final topic, which is the budget review and discussion. John, do you want to lead us off? I know you've done a tremendous amount of work with Melissa and Jeff to pull this all together. So why don't you kind of guide us through what we're going to talk about tonight?
All right, let me just talk about what we did in preparation for it. And then I've got some strategy items that I want to go over at the board, because I think once you see the strategy, you'll feel a little more comfortable with it. But I guess the staff and I spent the best part of 4 days working on the budget, and certainly Melissa did a terrific job pulling this thing together and getting the thing formatted and most of the data in there. So for me, it was a first day is just starting to look at what we had in the budget. And then I started to go into QuickBooks and pull copies of accounts out and verify that the historical information in the budget for 2020 and then the first 3 quarters of this year, which was January to September 30th, were accurately entered, because that's all historical. But it took a good bit of effort to pull reports out. And we'll see that when we look at the budget, you'll see that historical data. And also the spreadsheet. Nothing bad about Melissa here in any way at all, but some formulas did get overwritten, which took away some of the interactive nature of the workbook and the connection to the sheet. So it took a little while to sort that out. But eventually we got to the point where you know what you spent up to September 30th. So the uncertain part is predicting what you're going to spend between then and the end of the year. And why is that important? Because the ending cash balance for this year is the beginning cash balance for 2022. So that is, that's the importance of that item. So we'll see that as we start going through this budget. So there is uncertainty here. And I think what I'll do is I'll go through, when we get into it, I'll go through each sheet fairly quickly. Many of the sheets don't have much to look at, and others have something to look at. And the reason I'd like to go over it is I need to increase the confidence in the rest of the board and the effort we have, because I didn't do it in a vacuum. I did work with the staff, but certainly all the board members weren't involved. Donna did get quite a few comments in there, and we've incorporated all of her changes. But as we go through it, it may trigger some changes that you'd want to. Let's see here. So I want to talk about strategy first. So let me get my screen shared here. Where's that screen share here? Okay, so let me open that file. Yeah, I don't know whether you can see that or not.
Yeah, John. Coming now, I think.
Okay.
Well,
So
not yet.
it should be a Word file with a bunch of kind of bullet points on it.
Not yet.
I wonder why it's not showing here. Oh, I got it. That's not it. That's not the one we want.
No. Yeah, what I have on right now is the EMS, the sheet that you showed for EMS.
Yeah, I don't know how to get this one up here. Why this one won't come up like the others did. Maybe your screen share. You know what? I got to let me close this one out. See if I can
I think so.
exit that out, and let's see if this one shows up. How about that?
Yes. So I have it's a PowerPoint, it's a Word document, says 2022 budget strategy.
Yeah, so that's really what I want to talk about is how we actually manage the budget between now and the beginning of next year. So the first thing we're going to do is review the current status of the budget in this meeting. So we'll do that, and we'll come up with some comments. We'll incorporate the comments and upgradings from the meeting discussion in the next few days. But shortly after, we're going to freeze the document and get it ready for advertising. There is a requirement that the budget be advertised 20 days before the next board meeting. So the deadline to submit it for advertising is November 25th. So once it's advertised, that pretty much locks the document in. And then in the December board meeting, we'll adopt it. So certainly there's going to be some uncomfortable feeling because what we have right now has some uncertainties, and we'll see those as we go through it. But here's the redeeming factor here. And as a result of a new supervisor entering the board in 2022, there's an opportunity to reopen the budget for upgrades early in 2022 for a short period. I don't know what the period is, but it's fairly short, maybe a week or so. We'll have to get that duration, but it gives us an opportunity to make corrections that we develop as we carry on. So parallel to the formal adoption of the budget, we're going to continue to develop it and increase the quality of this budget. So the last week of December in 2021, we will have all the proposed upgrades and changes needed to be ready to incorporate into the budget in early January. We just need to be ready to drop it in there once that opportunity. The other thing we get by doing this is in late December, all the costs related to 2021 will be entered in the QuickBooks database. So we'll know with great precision what the year-end cost will be and the beginning cash balance for the 2022 budget. So that's the strategy, is really to do the best we can with the document in the next few days, get it advertised, get it into the approval process. Parallel to that, we will continue to work on the budget and develop a set of changes and upgrades and dump them into the budget in early January. And then you will start the new year, the new budget, with a very accurate starting cash balance. So that's the strategy I'm proposing. I think it gives us some level of comfort to know that the document we're going to look at right now isn't the final one.
So I think I agree with the strategy. It makes sense. The one question, there's two questions. One is, how long do we have to review document once it's reopened in January. And
I
then the second question, so we'll get that answered.
Yeah, we'll get that answer. I don't know it.
Then the other question is, does Jim or whoever the other supervisor is at the time have to formally say during the org meeting, we need to reopen the book? Right? Is it a formal request, or do we just open it because we have new board members?
I don't know that. I just know that you're allowed to do it. So I don't know what the mechanism is to do that. So we can certainly get that from our legal counsel. But I know it can be done. So that gives us a level of comfort that the document we end up with in the next few days isn't the final one, because that, believe me, that would give us a level of discomfort, because I mean, neither any of the supervisors or the staff have the functioning capability to predict year-end costs with the accuracy that our former treasurer did. I used some logic in looking forward, and then also looked at previous years' trends to kind of figure out what we're doing. So I wouldn't say it's blind, but it's not up to the standard that we're accustomed to.
Yeah, let me comment, John, because I think you're short selling yourself. And John, no one ever knows exactly what it's going to look like. And Joan had sense from history, and we'll get there. But John, I think I think it's not that bad. I actually think it's pretty good. So though we will have that opportunity, and I think we should take advantage of it in January. I wouldn't sell you and Ms. Melissa short. You've actually done quite a bit of work to have a sense of what the rest of 2021 is going to look like, what our trends are, and I think even if we didn't have the January opportunity, we would be in pretty good shape. I think you've done that good of a job. So it gives the board a little more comfort, but it's really not that far off.
I'm comfortable.
Yeah, just to jump in, you do have the ability to amend next year. You've got 10% to play with in the aggregate, and you can change individual budget categories up to 25%. So that should be sufficient.
That's plenty of range. I don't think anything is going to be off that much.
John, I have a question, and it's a fundamental question. I'm not sure that I'm reading this correctly, but so we look at the first page and we see the 2022 proposed expenditures, proposed income, and then we have
the budget. Let me get the budget up there.
Okay, yeah.
Let me see if I can open that one. I guess I've got to close this one. Let's see. Oh man, I don't know. Okay, so that's the budget. Let me stop the share and make sure.
Really old stuff. That's good.
All right, hold on a second. Let me just make sure I got the spreadsheet open. I do. Go back to Zoom. And oh, I want Zoom here. I'm sorry.
You're doing well, John.
I'm working on it here for some reason.
I know you're doing great. You're doing great. Take your time.
All right, hold on a second here. Zoom. I can't get the, I'm still in the meeting, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonder why I can't get the Zoom screen back. That's what I'm trying to get.
We can see your face.
Do you see it as a small square, John, on your screen?
Yeah, I see that up there. Okay, now I got it back. Okay. All right, so if I share my screen, I want the budget. Okay. Back here. Which one's the budget here? Wonder why I can't see that. I should see the budget here. I got it on my screen, but it doesn't show up here.
So, John, I think I have it up. I'm
All
not sure if it's the exact same.
I don't see it, Nancy. I just see your face. Okay.
Oh, I can share. Let me see if I can share just so that we're on the same.
Does Jeff have to let you share? Does Jeff have to permit you to share?
I don't know. We're gonna find
Yes,
out.
I just made her a co-host, and if you can't do it, I can always try and put it up.
Okay. Share screen. Let's see what happens. Oh, John, is that you?
Yeah, that's it. I finally got it. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. No
Let's
problem.
go back up to yeah, it's easier on the Excel. You want to see the general fund, right?
Right.
Yeah. So my question is, and it might help if I just
Go ahead.
say my general question. So if I look at the very first page that just summarizes everything.
Oh, the main page. Okay,
The main page, the 2022 cash balance says it's $824,000. Now I know part of that is the open space fund. But when I go to page 4 of the general fund, like we never spent that money this year. So like maintenance and repair, we're under by 160,000 or 150,000. So why would we do that again?
Well, actually, the cash balance now is about 521 because Donna and I were working on it this afternoon.
Okay.
And we found an entry was incorrect of $271,000. So that's why that number came way down.
Okay.
So as we go through the budget, you'll see how we get here. But to answer your specific question here, I have to go back into the sheets. So I think if we can spend a little time going through each of the accounts, then this thing will begin to make sense to you. So
yeah, okay, that sounds good. I mean, just fundamentally, it doesn't feel like, it feels like that would be too much unallocated cash.
Well, there is unallocated cash, and let me go right to the general fund, and I'll show you why.
Okay.
So we're looking at the general fund first page income. So I'm just going to highlight the earned income tax. Can you see my cursor?
Yep. Yep.
So if you look at 2020, the income was 739,000. So you look at the next column over, in the first 3 quarters of the year, we got 735,000. We've had an enormous increase in EIT income. So when you look at what's the rest of the year look like, this column right here. So if I highlight that, I'm predicting we're going to have $932,000 worth of income this year versus 739 last year. So you can see we're up about 200,000 plus in income. So where's that coming from? So if you look at this value here, if you look at the top of the screen, you'll see 3 numbers. The first one is the 735, which is that number. And just this week on Thursday, we got another income invoice from Keystone Collects, who collects it. And we got another $146,000 between September 30th and November 10th, 11th. So we're getting an enormous growth. So then I said, okay, between early November to the end of the year, I'm predicting we're going to get another 50,000. So that's how I come up with the 932.
This is because people have moved in, or
I can't give you an explanation for it, but I know that it is real.
Yeah, we don't have that many new houses. There's not that, like,
Right.
our population didn't grow.
and not that many people are shifting jobs, so it doesn't really make sense.
I don't know. Here's the spreadsheet. This is 2020. And I broke it down into 3 periods. January, the first quarter, then that short November period, and then November to the end of the year. So you can see in 2020 how that increment went to give us 739. So I established some percentages here. So then I went to 2021. I know that number's good. I know that number's good. This is the one I estimated, and I used a 5.5% growth to come up with this number. That's how I got the 932. It's real. Certainly these two numbers here are real numbers.
Right. That's money we have.
We have it in the bank. It's
Yeah.
booked in QuickBooks. So
All right.
the only question is this number right here?
Right. And then the other question is, what do you expect for next year? You don't, I mean, you hope, and you were very conservative, John. You kept it level with this number, but you don't know. You don't know if it's going to stay the same, if it will continue to go up, because we don't know what's driving this. I guess I saw a lot of people weren't working in 2021, but it looks like Franklin Township did very well, because this is all EIT. It's coming from somebody's making money. It's at a job. We're not talking investments. We're talking someone's working, getting a salary, and this is part of the taxes. So
I could tell you those two numbers that I highlighted are real numbers. We've got them booked.
real.
Yeah.
This is the only estimate.
A good point is, what do we do next year? Do we split the difference?
I don't know. Let's go back to the budget and we'll decide. We got two different questions up here. So we know that's the estimate for this year.
Right.
But what do we put in for next year? That's what Donna's asking. I don't know. I mean, you
were conservative. You kept the trend. I mean, you're assuming it's still a level.
But if you look at this number, this is over budget. We're $207,000 over budget in income. So that impacts the budget significantly, because you'll see the cash balances are high.
Yeah,
that's what's kind of, it's a good problem, but it also concerns me that we're not allocating that much money, which makes me think, do we have more money than we need? Do we,
It appears that way, but I mean, that's for us to start I've been working with it for about 3 or 4 days, and you're only seeing it for the first time. So I can tell you that the more you look at this thing, the more you learn about it, and the more you might want to think about what you're going to do.
And it might be better, Nancy, just to let it ride for a year. If this number maintains itself or goes higher, then I hear you. I mean, then you have to say to yourself, what do you do? Do you give money back to the taxpayers? Do you invest in something? But I personally, and I'm only one member of the board, would be afraid of making any kind of major decisions yet, because I don't know what's driving this. Right. And it's really, quite a bit of where that extra money's coming from. The other thing we have to keep in mind too, there is some, and it's minor stuff that we haven't paid for yet. Like, for example, we have the easement. Remember, the PRO was kind enough to say, here's $12,000 from our current budget from this year. We want to put that towards the easement. We haven't paid for the easement yet. And there may be some other bills here, like Joan's package too. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but some of her severance. I don't know if we paid that. That could be in here too. So I don't know what amount of this, in addition to that extra $200K, is money that we have allocated, but we haven't spent it. So it gets carried over into the beginning cash for the following year.
Donna, I could tell you that the two questions you brought up about easement costs and some settlement salaries are built into this budget, and I'll show you where they are.
Okay, that's good. So they're no longer unknowns. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if someone really wealthy who works in Pennsylvania moved in, would that have that kind of impact?
I mean, lot of money. That's a lot of money in salary.
That's a lot of money.
We're talking 0.005%. I mean, 0.005 of some numbers to come out with 200,000.
I just feel
I do agree that we don't understand enough. It's better to err on the side of safety.
I mean, is there
over the long haul, I would not be comfortable not allocating more money to real things.
I agree. If it's, I think, I mean, is there, do we can we reach out to Keystone and say, well, what's going
That's a
on here?
good question.
Well, that's a
Right.
good question, but they collect the tax and they pass it on to us. So
I mean, maybe what is there some
I'm not sure they can answer.
intern who moved to zero? I don't know.
Certainly, in the short term, you could probably spend some of it, but you certainly wouldn't want to commit any long-term loans based on this kind of.
I mean, maybe it'd be worth a phone call to Keystone.
Or
right?
certainly you could do some research on our own. All of us
Yeah.
can do that.
Yeah. Just say, where is this coming from? Because we just don't have that many more people in the township. Like there aren't any new developments going in with lots of houses.
No. And so that's one part, John, but then the other part is if we go under the road maintenance, we just have such an underspend in maintenance and repair, unless there's some explanation for it. Why would we do that again?
All right, which line are we
Page
talking?
4, page 4.
Okay. What's the line number? Because I got
it's 43,500, 430,500.
okay, road maintenance. Yeah, I see it. Okay. So road maintenance and repair.
Yeah, we're under by so much.
I don't have an explanation for why we're underspent, but we are.
Did we? Maybe is this because we restructured how we do our road maintenance?
Well, you got to understand there's road maintenance here, general maintenance, but then there's capital stuff in the other sheets.
Right. Road paving is somewhere else.
Yeah, that's in capital and highway. We'll see that when we go back through those sheets.
I guess my question is, because we didn't do the paving this year through the road maintenance and repair, is that like $100,000 that we didn't use? Is that where that is that where that number, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like because we got the federal funds, you mean?
No, I mean, so Longs did our paving.
Yeah.
Right. And so maybe the maintenance and repair budget was carried over from 2019, just straight verbatim, without taking into account that we weren't going to be doing the paving through it.
But then you would see overspend somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
What I would suggest we do is just work from the back sheet up, and most of these sheets we can go through pretty quickly.
Yeah.
That will give you some confidence in what we're doing here. So I would suggest we go back to this, this fund here, this American Rescue Fund, because it has some questions and it's a completely new account. I generated this sheet to manage this American Rescue Funds.
Yeah.
So if you look at it, it's federal entitlements. And what's that? Right there. So for this year, we've got the income, which is one part of it, was 237,000 plus.
Right.
So that was the income. And there was no cash carryover because we didn't have this account before. So it's zero up there. So the income that we had available was this 237. So when you go down in the expenses, we spent $39,000 for Bamshire Bridge, tennis courts, seal coating, pickleball court. That's a mistake. The office video isn't in there. That doesn't belong in there. But these were capital projects. Then we also did some stormwater improvements, and we got those breakdowns. We all saw that last time.
That's great. That makes total sense to me. I think that's really helpful.
Then the other one is office equipment. That's the cost of all the equipment we ordered that we can't get right now.
Right.
And
Nancy, this may explain why we're not seeing the gap in other funds, because we had this fund come in at a rate of $200K and money, like we would have done the tennis courts, but it had to come out of the general fund. We didn't have to take it out of the general fund.
That's right. We spent $212,000 out of this fund, so that got into the budget, believe me.
So we didn't have to take it. So it's not like the 2021 we didn't spend money. We actually spent quite a bit of money on both roads and on some capital improvements. It's you know, we don't, $200,000 is a lot of money in our budget. And I think this is another key, that it really took the pressure off the other parts of the budget.
Well, and that could be, but you're also adding that amount of whatever it's called, ARF, into the you're adding $200,000 into the 2022 budget, in addition to the general fund, which we have got at whatever, 600, whatever you guys landed at, 541,000 or whatever.
So
right.
Don is
But
right.
for 2022, we're not putting it towards well, we're putting it towards the tot lot. We talked about doing something for the tot lot. So it's not going to really be used for roads in 2022. It could be used for some stormwater work, as you can see on the slide towards the right, but not. I don't think this takes away from your comment. Do we want to have a do we not need to look at the general fund, and do we need to reduce what's in the road maintenance? I think that your question is still an open question. But I think we have an explanation of maybe why we didn't spend it all in 2021, because we were able to use some money from this fund.
That's right.
Right. It's just road maintenance itself. We didn't apply any of that here, and road maintenance is still 150 grand under.
We will see the capital, the road costs in the capital fund and the highway fund when we get to it. But on this American Rescue Fund, we spent $212,000 of that money this year, and it came into the budget, and so it had an impact.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing with that. I mean, it's a great spreadsheet. I have no problem with that. And look, I don't want to peel everything apart. I just want to be watchful. That's maybe the way I would put it.
Yep.
Right.
So one of the things that I had a question on, talking about as we go through these tabs, the American Rescue Fund, we have for 2022 kind of just looks like, we basically just split it down the middle between stormwater improvements and capital projects.
Yeah, you're talking about these numbers right here?
Yeah.
Numbers I threw in there for the start of discussion.
Yep. So here's the point, I think, on any further discussion on how we allocate the American Rescue Fund money. There's actually some open questions about what we can actually spend the money on. And we were given one story very early on before we got the money. And now we're getting different stories about what we can. And so I think over the next couple of months, we really need to nail down what it is we can and can't spend on. So my point is, I don't know if we can talk too much about what we want to do with this money now and how we want to allocate it until we probably reopen the books in January. Because at that point, I anticipate we'll have a pretty clear understanding of what we can and can't use the money for.
David, I got the same concerns because this week I read a good bit of documentation about the rules for the use of this money. And it's got to be fairly strongly connected to some negative effects that COVID has created for the township. And these are certainly marginal. The one that is absolutely clear is this one right over here, this $20,900. This was money that we actually lost from the liquid fuels as a result of COVID. So lost money as a result of COVID is a no-brainer. That's approved. There's no doubt about that one. But these others are definitely questionable, and certainly all this is questionable. So a couple more facts about this is that you have to spend all the money by 2024, the end of 2024. But at that point, you're going to be audited. So what we have to be careful of is the people that are telling you right now, spend it here, spend it there, are not going to be the people that audit you. So from our standpoint, we need to do enough research to make sure that the advice we're getting is correct. And we're not subject to an auditor coming back 2 years later and say, you got to give me back $200,000 or $300,000 or something. So
that's right.
I think there's got to be some caution here. And I don't think we need to spend a whole lot more time on this sheet because I think we now see it, because there's the next 237 you get again. So that's the cash carryover. See, the cash balance from that year comes up here and starts 2022. You got new income. So now you're up to 262 again. I put $200,000 worth of spending in there. Whether that's good or not, that's to be determined. So
Okay.
I don't think we probably want to spend a whole lot more time on this, other than I think we've got enough caution to know that we got to do some research here about how to spend it.
Okay.
Just going into the reserve fund. We talked about this fund before, where at one time we had no reserve fund, and then I started this reserve fund, funding it with 45,000 a year. So we got to about $250,000.
And this is fine. I have no debate about this.
We're okay with this one here. You can see we're not putting any money into it this year. And we're going to hold this 233,000 as the balance. What we do is we put an expense in there so that there is some budgeted amount for capital project in case you wanted to use it somewhere. So that's not proposed to be spent. It's just
Right.
a holding thing. Because if you don't budget it, you can't spend it.
Right.
That looks good, John.
All right, so then we go back, fire hydrant fund. But this thing's pretty a no-brainer. We get money in and money out, and it balances out for us. There's some odd income. Melissa and I noticed the income comes in kind of unevenly, but it always balances out every year. So that one's not really worth spending a whole lot of time on. The emergency fund is. So you could see what we were talking about tonight.
We're low, aren't we, John? We have to get that 24 up to 33,440, the one you're on.
Let's see.
That number's not correct.
Let's see, Medic 94.
He wants it at 33,440.
Yep. He said he asked us for 21,840. I just added 10% to it, but he wants more than that. So he gave me the number.
Yeah, it's 33,440.
So that number is going to be 33,440. So
right.
I could put that in there right now. The adder,
how does that?
He wants 11,600. So there it is, 33,440.
Right. Your West Grove numbers are good.
West Grove number. I don't have an Avondale number. All I've got in there is their number plus 10%. So I'm going to reach out to them to give me a number.
Yeah.
But John, now that you've increased the number to 33,440, what does that do to my any cash balance? Are we in the negative?
Yeah. So here we're negative. So
we got to get it out of the general fund.
So let's see. We're short by 9,000. So
about 10.
I probably need to add. Let's just add 10,000 from the plus. Oh wait, it's got to be equal. Sorry.
But that's going to reduce the general fund too. So that's going to have to come out of the general fund.
Yeah, it'll come right out of the general fund as soon as I put this in right now.
Yeah, you've got one too many zeros.
All right, let me go back there. No, that's right. That's the right one because.
Oh, that's right, 116,000.
I actually knocked the zero off when I was fussing with the keyboard. So
gotcha.
Now that makes this thing with a slight surplus, but we went from 116 to 126. That's going to come out of the front sheet. You'll see that when we go over there. So that's going to reduce the cash balances up front.
Is it linked or do you have to manually do that?
No, it's linked.
Oh, good.
So I put it in, the way I set it up, if I put it in here, it automatically takes it out from the front. So you'll see it get up there. Let's see, then highway fund. All right, this is the liquid fuel stuff. So let's see what I put in there. Did I put a note in there? Oh, here it is. So this is what we spent this year. So,
Okay.
and this was all with Longs. So you could see it's Laurel Bridge, Duncan, Hess Mill. So that we ended up with a $5,000 excess because I couldn't come up with a combination of numbers that used it all up. So
That's pretty close. I mean,
Yeah, it's good enough. That's fine.
So you can see there's the road money right there. I just put in 200,000 for next year. Maybe that's not enough.
Well, that's liquid. Is this liquid fuel or is it our money? This is our money.
Well, then this is probably all that I could put in based on what I know right now, because the carryover is 2180. So we're going to get a state allocation. That's the number I've been given.
Mm-hmm.
That may not be right. That number needs to be, I can make a note. We need to check that number. That may not be correct.
you should know what your liquid fuel money is for this year, shouldn't you?
No, next year. I don't know whether that's next year's number.
That's what I said. You should know we should know what that number is for next year. Do we not?
It may be available, and that may be correct, but I don't know.
You don't know. You want to check on it. I got you. Okay.
Check value.
Nancy, you're right. This is liquid fuel money. This is coming from the state.
That's right. So I put a note in there that I'll check this number. So that could change some things. So if we get more money in here, then I can increase that budget. Increase that number so we get with a low cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and if you get less, then you have to decrease it.
You have to decrease it. Okay, so then you go over to the capital fund. That's the other part of the road program.
Right.
And of course, for this year, this is the work. We did Gypsy Hill, a Cavender Gypsy Hill Schoolhouse, and Yardworks has some money in here. So that's the number that we're going to spend this year.
Okay.
And we end up with about $2,000 left over. Not too bad when you're talking bigger numbers.
And John, you're sure that 220, right? You have all the invoices to back up.
Oh yeah, these are, I have invoices, and I also have some estimates that Jim gave us that will become invoices before the end of the year.
I don't want to be too anal on you, but this thing isn't labeled correctly, because this should be January to December 21, not January to we're working 21 here. Just a comment. The sheet's off.
Top of the column.
Yeah.
The column titles January to December 21.
The title's right up here. See it?
No, column title.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Right there.
21.
Yeah, you don't need to fix it. I just want you to know that it's just incorrect.
All right.
Well, John, I have another question.
Yeah.
So we're over budget in that capital projects, right? We're over budget by 57,000. Where are we under budget for it to come out to just 1,800 in total?
Over budget's good if you're spending, right? That means you didn't spend 57,000. Oh no, I'm wrong. You're wrong.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
the other way. Yeah.
Well,
spend too much. Okay.
The reason I can manage the over budget is I just increased the transfer from the general fund here. But that's what we spent. We did go over budget there.
But theoretically, at your dollar amount at the bottom, where it says you're under budget 18,000.
Yeah, it's cool.
No, one over, right in the blue.
This one right here.
Yeah, that's not possible. I'm sorry, but.
No, it is, because that's what we actually spent. This is what was in the budget, and that's the difference.
It's over budget.
We overspent.
So the ending cash balance is negative 18.
That can't be.
That's not negative.
Right. It can't be negative. It has to be.
That negative means something odd. I remember her telling me this. It's not intuitive here.
Where's the negative number? I don't see a negative number.
Next
Go
to
to the
your-
left one,
Yeah, one's that one right there.
that one. So that's for the 2021, you're over budget by 57,000 and your total expenses. Your cash and revenue, you only, oh, that's over budget by 39,000, but somehow it's coming in under.
Because of the transfer here.
But isn't that not, but
For 22.
that's 22.
These numbers don't, these are just a budget number and an indication you're over or under. These things don't interact in the total here and the total over here.
Well, no, I think the 39,095 plus the 57,234 gets you the minus 18. So I'm in like the second to the last column under the over budget. If you have 39,000 over budget for your total cash and revenue, and then you spent 57,000, you're going to be in the hole by 18,000 in that particular column.
So if you go, just click on the column and see what the cell calculation is, right?
I think you'd be over 18,000, but it's okay.
Well, it's pretty close, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
The heck did I do here?
Now we lost the share.
I'll tell you what the good thing is of all of this is we used to just kind of nod our heads, and now we really have to.
You gotta look at this. Yeah, because before the treasurer did it for us.
Yep.
I could tell you that this is the stream of cash. This is 2020. That's your cash balance at the end of 2020. That's the beginning cash balance for this year. These are
you're not sharing.
These are expenses. That's what's left over. That's what goes to the next year. These columns really are really reference columns. They do not count in this in the count up here.
John, you're not sharing, so we can't follow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not sharing
What
anymore.
happened? I stopped sharing. Let's see what's going on here.
We need the numbers.
Yeah, so the negative 8, maybe this is obvious to everybody else, but the negative 18,000 is the 2021 projected year-end budget,
right.
The 63,000 minus the January to December 20, the 45,000. So if you click on Q21, cell Q21, which is a negative 18,000.
Yep.
Click on that and then just hover over the formula. It'll show you where you're getting the 18,000.
Minus 021.
So just click in the cell, the M.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
There it is right there.
Yeah. So you've got, so that's how you get the 18. It's what was the budget? 63,000. And what did we?
That's the spend.
Yeah, you're right. It is the negative number isn't what you think it is, because the budget was 63 and we only spent 45. So,
but it also plays the other way. It is the 39,000 and the 57. You add those two up, you're going to get it. So it all works.
Okay. All right. I don't quite understand what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't quite either, but let's just move on.
These columns don't really play.
No.
To the whole cash flow thing.
All right.
Their reference, it's really their reference information to tell you you're over or under some number.
So the salient point is we have $45,000 that we put into 2022.
Exactly. So there
that's the important piece.
There it is right there. That's the actual cash balance in this account at the end of the year. And that's what starts next year. This stuff here is just reference stuff.
Okay.
It has some value when you're trying to plan some things, but when you're trying to determine how much you have left and adding up the total cash.
Oh, yeah, right. So that's a different kind. You're right, John. That's a different kind of number. Ending cash balance is less than $18,000 less than you'd want to have for this year.
This is the This is the real column right here.
Yeah. Normally negative means you're in the black, but here the negative means you're in the red. It's just.
It essentially tells you what that number is related to what you budgeted. So,
Gotcha.
it's a planning tool, but it doesn't end up in the totals at the end. So
Yeah, gotcha.
And John, you have confidence in these numbers, right? So that 45 is a real number, the 45,600 for 2022?
Absolutely.
Because I know there's nothing you're really waiting for, right? These are real numbers.
No, I think this one here, there's very little, there's almost no uncertainty here.
Okay.
You'll see it in other columns, but not here.
So do we need to make any changes to this?
I don't think so, but what you can do, David, is we have at some point, we're going to book this budget in the next few days, but that doesn't mean you stop working on it.
Well,
this is one I want to do some changes to, because this is a capital fund right now. Is that where, are we in capital yet?
Yep.
Okay. So just remember, we now have the opportunity to spend some money on our office. And right now, the $10,000 one is for design work and other. It's only $20,000 that's being budgeted for that back room. And if we have some money, and I think this is a board decision, I'd like to put some money here and put it towards actually getting that project up and running and getting working on, getting it in a place that we can start putting those file cabinets in the back. And I know that's a lot that has to be done before we get to that place.
Donna, I already put money in there and I'll show it to you. So
okay, I only see 20. I don't see anything else.
50,000. It's in the note
right here. See the note. It's 275. So
okay.
See in the note, it was 225 for the road, plus 50,000 for the office and storage improvement.
Great, John. Thank you.
Fencing? Can we do fencing there too? Green fencing.
Oh, right. For the
Nancy, I don't know what the scope is. We're just trying to put some money in.
Okay.
So there's $50,000 worth of capital there for this project. And then there's some planning money up here. I don't know whether that's right. We certainly can revise this thing as the year goes on and we start to study the project.
And I think we could use expense money and not get in trouble, right? We've got plenty of expense money. Are we allowed to use expense money for a project? I don't see why not.
Yeah, we can, all you have to do is transfer more in from the capital, from the general fund.
Okay, that's fine.
I
should have said general fund money. That's what I meant to say, but
right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm thinking the same way, because you're saying, you're making the comment, there is an excess, and maybe it isn't about road maintenance. I mean, we want to always make sure we have enough for road maintenance, but maybe it's the ability to use some of it for, I mean, I think getting that room done is important.
I mean, it actually, at this point with the audio and video equipment going in for the remote, we're going to have to do that.
Yeah.
So
when we get to the front sheet, you'll see some significant excesses. So there is money to spend.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they could very well still be COVID funds, but we'll.
Well, I know we just don't know until we know. But I think to Nancy's point, we have two projects that we were thinking about doing, and that one is the fencing and the two is the office improvement. So I don't know if we adjust that number, that 50,000, like, do we need to do that, or can we pull that as we go once we get better estimates and understanding what the scope of the project is?
If you get better estimates or a better idea what you want to do between now and the end of the year, we can bump it up, or we could bump it up right now. It's up to you.
I just don't know if
Do we have to bump it up, or could we just spend it out of the general fund? What's the benefit of it being in the capital fund?
It's particularly the fencing, right? The fencing's not going to cost that much.
No,
I don't think so.
Yeah, so I would just take the fencing out of the general fund.
Yeah. I mean, it's,
so for now,
go ahead.
For now, we'll just leave this one the way it is, or you want?
Just leave it.
All right.
John, thanks for bumping it up a little bit. I appreciate that.
Well, you gave me a comment and I reacted to the comment, right? You
I
said,
appreciate it, but the board has to agree too, so that's good. Thanks.
well, that's why I brought it to everybody's attention. You put it in there, but everybody knows it's in there now. All right, so this impact fund, there's not much money in here and it's all balanced out. We've got $10,000 that you can spend on the road program here if it's in the right sector, because there's an east and west sector.
Okay.
So there's some capital money right there. Not big money, but we spent it in the past on roads. So there's $10,000 you can spend next year. So if you go to the next one, which is the east, okay, there's 13,000 in that one. So you could put, and I just allocated to the road program. So you got road program money in quite a few of these sheets here.
Okay.
Don't ask me what the total is. I don't know right now.
Okay.
But you have this sheet to work on yourself. So let's just go on open space. There are some changes in here. I did update the this one right here, which is the debt and principal.
Yeah.
These numbers are the correct numbers out of the loan schedule. Okay.
Nice job, John.
So then there's under acquisition fees right here, I've got $3,000 in here for the Holmesy study because we committed to pay that, but we didn't pay it yet.
Right.
So I don't think it's going to be paid this year. If it ends up being paid this year, we'll have to move it over to here. But I kind of feeling it's going to be next year. So that's where I put it there.
Did we commit to more? Did we commit to another?
Yeah, that's another 12,000. So
another 12,000. Yeah.
So if you go down to this fund here, which is actual open space acquisition, if you look at that number, it's 56,163, but the 44,163 is the Stolzfus one. And then the 12,000 is the additional commitment we made for Holmesy.
Okay, that's good.
So it's in there.
Yep. Okay.
So, and there's a note in there. I want to keep those notes in there because you put a number in there, and if you don't put a note about what it's about, you go back a week later and you can't remember what the heck you did. So I've done some of that. Another thing I've done on a cell like that, instead of putting the actual value in there, I'll put the two numbers in. So there's another way to trace what you did. All right, so let's go back up to Park and Rec. Let's see what we did here. These were some errors that Donna picked up today. So kudos to Donna. I didn't have these in here.
John, all the numbers you were working on, if you missed one, you're doing pretty good.
So let's see what that one, what did I do here? Transfer.
John, the 12,000 should have come out of this budget. It should have.
Why? It's open space.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, but it was coming from the PRO. That's what we agree with the PRO.
PRO may manage it. That group may manage it, but it's open space fund. It's land purchase.
John, I mean, I don't think anybody. So let me just be clear. I don't think anybody's going to complain if we give the PRO an extra $12,000. But the bottom line was that in 2021, $12,000 in this budget, in the Park and Rec budget, the PRO agreed to give to the easement. If we're saying we have a little bit of extra cash, and we can find that money somewhere else, let's give the money back to the PRO. I'm fine with that. I just want us to be conscious that that's what we're doing. It came from this budget.
It came from
you can see you had the 14,000 at the bottom.
Right. They recommended it, and we said that they could find the money, but I think it's cleaner to have open space altogether.
That's where it belongs. I don't want to mix land and conservation purchases into other accounts other than open space, because when you go to look for those things, that's the account you're going to look for.
Yeah. Well, I think to Donna's point, it was just the board made the decision.
Yeah.
but we've changed the impact, right? So we made a decision. The pro was comfortable with taking that 12,000 out of their budget because it was an important process. We then later decided to allocate it via the open space fund.
Right.
I just want to make that clear because that was a
I'm saying,
decision.
I think it's fine. I don't think they're going to fight you on it. I think they're going to be thrilled.
I just want to, when you talk about clarity and how we spend our money, you make a good point, right? We said one thing and now things are changing. I mean, it doesn't materially change much, right? Like, it's not like the 12,000 is still getting spent. We just moved the column over.
Look, we're kind of flush with cash at the moment, so I'm not going to work with nickels and dimes right now.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
All right, so now we're probably getting up to the serious one, which is the.
Yeah. So John, I want to check two things in this general fund. I want to check, did you do anything with the medical stuff? Because I was worried about didn't have enough money to pay for Melissa.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
You did it.
I tried to actually get actual cost, but Melissa and I spent about an hour on it and realized that we weren't getting close to finding the real numbers. So I made some estimates here.
Okay.
So.
But you're closer to reality, because before we did not have 51,000. We had like 15. So that's good. That's good. So this is real. This is more realistic. I appreciate that.
Got some notes in there. I said, okay, we got 19,000 in there. It's greater than what we spent in 2020. We got 51 in here. It's greater than what we spent in 2020. So all these numbers are pretty fat based on your recommendation.
And we can adjust as, we'll carry for next year for 2022. And as we start getting real numbers, we'll be able to adjust for the following year.
And these are estimated numbers also for this year. I just added 25% to what we spent here. Let's see. Here's that transfer we made from the emergency services. If I remember, we bumped that from 116 to 126. It automatically translated to the front.
Oh, right.
John, can you also look at the library, 450.6? Were you able to hike that one up?
I got it in there. All right, here's the library.
Oh, you did. Good job. Okay.
Here's the note says it was 21,750 last year. The library sent us a letter. They want another 1350, so I added that in there. And the letter is dated August 20 of this year. So it's based on a letter they sent us.
That's good.
Right. Yeah, the board hasn't made this decision, but at least if you do decide to do it, the money's there. Right? I
thought we did agree to it in a public meeting.
We gotta go back, because I think, Donna, you made the comment about are we basing it on the new census data, right?
Well, I didn't go there. I didn't go there. I just found this letter. Melissa or Jeff found this letter today, and that's what we used.
Okay.
So,
that's good. They came to us and they said that they wanted the 23-1 for this year. And we said, our budget's already done.
That's right.
And it was based on the new census number. We said our budget's already done. We can't do it for you this year. And then we didn't commit, but I think we kind of did. You know what I mean? The idea was that we would keep this in mind when we created our budget for the following year. So I think we've done that.
We halfway cured them, but in reality, what they need to do is adjust their budgeting process so they get us the number before we get into our budget.
Exactly.
Got the fire companies to do that now. So the fire companies bring in their numbers in late August, early September. So we have their numbers in plenty of time to crank them into our budget. So they need to do the same thing. If they get in at that period, they got a chance. If they come in the middle of the year, it's too late.
Yeah.
Well, and hopefully they're talking about COVID funds, because they should be able to.
They should have.
So, I mean, is it worthwhile to reach out to the library then and just say, if you're going to make some changes or requests, let's do it in the next 30 days?
Well,
And I
if you-
think just let them, I mean, they're gonna come back to us again, they'll get the 23-1, I mean, I'm assuming they'll get the 23-1.
Yeah.
John, did you do anything for legal? Because we have a lawsuit going on, we may have 2 lawsuits going on. Maybe we
legal
can look at, it's, legal, it's 4041.3.
404 1.3.
404, keep on going. 1.3. I mean, we didn't spend it all this year from what I could tell.
Oh, look, last year you spent 21,000. For the first quarter, you spent 13,000. I'm estimating that for the rest of the year, you may spend up to 28,000. That's probably pretty fat.
Yeah, I think that
Oh,
looks.
I don't know if it's fat enough. I mean, because look at this. So just look at this. So we're budgeting 30 for 2022. We haven't even gotten into the lawsuit yet, right?
What lawsuit?
Well, we don't know that we're talking about something that doesn't exist.
That's right. So what basis would I think I'm fat here.
Yeah.
I think you're fine. You
So-
can't budget for something that isn't real.
I mean, so here's the question. We budget legal services $30,000. That doesn't mean if we run into some legal issue halfway
Yeah.
through the year that blows that out of the water. It's not like we can say, well, we can't defend ourselves. So
Right.
where does the money
Just
come
find
from?
the money. That's right.
The money just gets pulled out of the general fund and that's how we do it, or?
Look, I
Yeah.
think you got to look at the budget for what it is. The
Yeah,
budget is a spending plan, which
right.
you've used the best knowledge you have to predict what you're going to do next year.
Right.
So every month we get a treasury report, and we always compare the treasury report as where we are with the budget. That's the cost control. So when you start to see the treasury report inching up on your budget amount, that's a red flag, okay, that you may have to do something. That's cost control. So we do that monthly. In reality, when we used to meet weekly, we did cost control weekly. But we do it monthly for sure with the treasury reports.
But John, say I decide I need another $10,000. Where do I get it? Where does it come from? Does it come from my?
Something else has to give. Say you got a budget that's tight and you have no extra cash.
But right now, our cash balance for 2022, we have $541,000 unallocated.
Yes, you got a lot of
It's no
cash.
problem.
To answer Donna's question, say you had a tight budget and all of a sudden something's going to run over. Well, that's when you got to make an adjustment somewhere else. You can't spend what you don't have. So then you got to prioritize other expenses to cover the one you're trying to cover. It's the way you run a household budget. You only have so much money in a year. You can't generate any more. So if you get
Right, but I have a miscellaneous budget in my household budget. There's no miscellaneous here. So what is it? Can you go to the bottom of the general fund? I just want to see what you're projecting to be the over. So you have a projected $202,000. So it would come out of that.
Yep, come out of that. You're fat. This is incredible. We've never had this kind of surplus.
Right. Well, like we said, and it's amazing because it links right back to our EIT. So if that EIT holds, then we have some interesting decisions to make.
Let me make one other point here, because the cash balance changed drastically because of an error you and I found today. Let's see, it was on the conservation.
It was 357,700. Yeah, you got it right there.
It is right here. It's this conservation district. So in 2020, we got 135,000 for the bridge, which was half of the grant. So then this year we got another 135,000. So we're not getting any more here because this is
it's done.
the year. So this is zero, but somehow Melissa had entered a $271,000 figure in there and I didn't notice it. So when Donna and I were looking at the budget today, we said, wow, see, I just noted the entry error was 271,000. So when I took that to zero, that really brought the cash balances down.
Gotcha.
So it was an error. I didn't see it.
It's
But
okay.
Donna and I were looking at something is wrong and we kept poking away at it and we found it.
All right, so can you go back to salaries? I just want to make sure I understand.
Oh, yeah,
this.
yeah. Well, this, actually, I got spreadsheets on salary. Which one do you want to look at first?
Well, I'd like to look at it in the general. There you go. No, a little bit. Yeah. Okay. So you've got the township manager. You're keeping that as a part-time job.
No, I don't think so.
Where's the other half?
No, I think that's it. That's it. That's the whole job.
That's the whole job. Okay. So we've just combined the two things. Okay. We've got audit. That's fine. The audit might be, you might want to add a little more for the one time where someone comes in and spends more. I think those guys were quoting like 13 or 14,000. So it might be.
Yeah, that's a good
more.
point.
You're talking about the treasurer?
The
No,
audit.
the auditor.
The audit, the gentleman we just talked to today, Chris.
That's in the
If we should decide to go with him, there's a little bit more of an expense.
You want to spend more money there?
Yes.
Yeah.
How much do you want to spend?
I'd say put in 15,000 just to be safe.
So the point there is if we decide to make a change, that first year is going to be more expensive.
Right.
So we don't want to end up running over budget if we decide to make the change.
All right, let me show you how I come up with this. This is the township manager to finish the year.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is Jeff's,
Gotcha.
Jeff's salary next year. So let me
Right.
show you that worksheet here. It's back here somewhere.
Okay.
Salary, township manager.
And you're going to show me where you have Jones' package, because that has to be in there
This
too somewhere, right?
This is it.
Here it is right here. So for
Are we
Joe,
allowed to share this publicly?
Good question.
maybe you don't want to see this sheet. All right, let me.
I don't think so.
All right, I tell you what, you can look at this. It's in your budget book, so you can go look at it separately.
Right.
So let's go back here and to the salaries, because I got a sheet for all the salaries.
Okay.
So we just talked about township manager.
Gotcha.
This is what we paid Joan for the first 3 quarters of the year.
Gotcha.
So then when you look at how do we finish this year, it's this number plus Jeff's salary.
Okay.
Okay. And then this is Jeff's salary for the whole year.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So
Okay.
do you subtract Jeff's salary somewhere else?
What do you mean track it?
No, subtract it, remove it.
Well,
You know what I mean? Like, so you're paying him somewhere
it would
else.
have been salaries. Oh yeah, you've got a lot under salaries office. Or is that Melissa?
Then you're in the office. He was in the office salaries, I assume.
Right.
So he's not now.
Right. So that's.
And then you have to pay for the secretary. I'm assuming the secretary's in there.
So that's probably about right. Now, where is the treasurer?
All right.
Should be financial. There should be some money for, I thought you had money for the financial. You had money for the financial. Okay.
Financial. Oops. Yeah, you're going to want to put some in there.
So you have it up here. You have it at 404-120. It's there.
I didn't put it in as a salary because now it's not a salary, it's a contract.
Ah, right. Gotcha. Okay.
Under other services here.
Yep.
So
Gotcha.
Here it is right here. Part-time treasurer.
Yeah.
I estimated we're going to pay him $78.40 to the end of the year. That's what Melissa and I came up with.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
So it's $78.40. It's $78.40 plus that number we already spent in other services. So then when you go on to next year, I got the part-time treasurer at $19.4, and there it is right there. There's other services we pay for $113,000. The $19.4 is his compensation for all next year. So it's the treasurer is in there.
Right.
To finish this year and for next year.
Okay. You have it's slightly off on 405-140 and 405-150 because you've got the office is 85. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And then you've got
I got a worksheet on that. Let's go back to
legal. That's right. You got legal. Okay. No, you're right.
The 85-8 should cover our office administrator and our secretary. That's what I'm assuming.
that's right.
Salary office.
Yeah,
For the
you got it.
total, this is what we spent for the first 3 quarters.
Okay.
Okay. Then to cover Melissa and Sarah
Mhm.
for this period, we need these values right here for them to finish out the year. That's
Okay.
the total. That's the projected spending for this year for the office.
Right.
Now for 2022, it's the sum of their annual salaries. That's the 8,500. So these sheets are in here, so you can go back and look at this stuff.
Yep, that looks good.
Some of these sheets may be irrelevant. I generated a sheet and didn't find it useful, but I didn't delete it. So it may be you may find some of these worksheets that are not useful, but this one is.
Okay.
All right, so let's go back to the front sheet again and see what else in the general fund. Let's go back up to income. We talked about that.
Yeah.
The
Right.
Mhm.
this PICO grant, there's nothing there next year. That was
Right.
one time event. Conservation District, we're not getting any more of that. That's zero. That's zero. Sanitation fees. This one, Jeff and I researched this before. There was some fees back here we paid. It was
Chisel Creek. Oh, I was wondering where it came from. All right, good job.
It was some kind of an issue related to Chisel Creek, but it's not a reoccurring expense. So I marked it not reoccurring, not reoccurring. So zero. Just kind of going down here and see if there's anything other than notable that is in here. Oh, I did put in 5,000 for the Mason-Dixon Trail study.
Oh, good. Thanks, John. Mm-hmm.
That's a commitment we made. So it's
we made it. That's right.
It's accounted for. Let's see if there are any other. This was one that Donna and I talked about today for stormwater. And
we have enough.
Pete gave us this estimate. He said he wanted 75,000 for soft costs and 75,000 for hard costs, plus 20,000 for storm for the design. Let's see, why can't I see that whole?
Probably for the act, to do the work on the act and also to do some design work. The act, the one that we just talked about today, 164, 167.
Yeah, so he gave me another 20,000. That's how it came up to 170. So these are Pete's numbers.
And to remind everyone, just like you did for me, John, don't forget for the rescue fund, we have $100,000 in for stormwater. So there should be plenty to cover what we need for stormwater.
Stormwater, of course, we did talk about the library. Yeah, it's the library. These ones we talked about, I bumped them up.
Yep.
That went up because we just bumped the rescue fund up. Yep. So that gives us a cash balance at the end of the year of 300,000, over 300,000. And I believe that's pretty real, but if some additional expenses come up between now and the end of the year, they're going to show up in this column and reduce that number.
Okay.
That's the uncertainty, but by the end of December, by the time we get past the last board meeting, we'll go into QuickBooks and pull all the accurate numbers out of there and replace all these estimates with real numbers.
John, sorry, go ahead.
Then this number will be deadly accurate because it'll be based on history. And that's the number you start with up here.
Well, and I see that you're including the 250,000 in the capital reserve fund.
Yep.
So that's why it's
a transfer.
Yeah. So the real number is not 334 once you take out the 250,000.
Play with, right? I hear what you're saying. Yeah. There's nothing that makes it.
You're moving that. That looks like it's an addition, but it's not. We're just moving it.
I mean, it's an expense this year and it's an expense next year. I mean,
but it's not an expense, right? It's not an expense. It's a hold. It's a
transfer out of this account into one of the sub accounts. So
that's right.
So, yeah, all the transfers are here, And if you notice, they're all formulas. Like that one there, say goes to the emergency fund. This one goes to open space. So we don't enter the numbers here. When you enter the number in the back sheets, it brings it up front automatically. Some of those formulas got overwritten. There was a couple of subtotals in here that really skewed that sheet that we first saw. We had all those negative numbers all over the place. It took me a while to sort all that out.
Yeah. So we really don't have an excess. Well, we do when you include the capital reserve fund, we have an excess of 334. But if you take that out, it's not nearly that much.
So for budgeting purposes, does it, because I think I understand where Nancy's coming from here. Is that the right way to keep track of that? It's like, 'cause it's like a savings account, right? We don't want to spend that money unless we have to.
Yeah. It doesn't seem quite right.
I guess maybe it's 6.5. We just know it's there, but
it's a way of representing the cash and our spending, our income expenses. So what I would suggest for the board members is Donna got into it today pretty good. She gave me a bunch of comments and she looked at it. And it takes a little time to get into this document and understand what's going on. So I would suggest you get some time, poke around in the document, make some notes on the side, and then I'll try to answer the questions. And if appropriate, we'll make adjustments. So this isn't the end of it, because I think we'll eventually adopt a budget that's pretty close to this.
Yeah.
But we have the opportunity to collect all the changes you develop between now and the end of the year at the beginning of next year. So
Can you go back to the summary page? Go back to the first page.
which page are we what?
The summary page. The summary, all the way. Wait, yeah, that one. Did you do it? Because how does this work? So I'm just trying to think.
This page puzzles me, quite frankly. It's got the right numbers in there, but I really don't know how to interpret them. I see it, and they're right because you can see they all come from formulas from the sheets, but I really don't know how to use it. I work with the individual sheets and I feel very comfortable knowing what's going on in the individual sheets. The summary doesn't help me very much. So
Well, I look at that. So this gets back to what you were saying, Nancy. And look, if I look at these sheets, if I read them the way I think I read them, we should have $521,000 extra.
I think you're right, because these are the excesses from all the funds.
Right, and I don't think the 250 is part of what you saw in the general fund. I think that's gone. So I think it's the 521 minus the 250 in the.
That's what I think.
Yeah, so I think we're actually good. I think we're better. I think we have more money than we thought. I think we're good. I think we're good. We still have the 250 is like a savings account. It's somewhere else. And when we look at that general fund balance, it's really general fund balance.
That's right, exactly. That's precisely it. You got it.
It's not. There's no the 250 is not part of it.
It's the 334, but each of these accounts has some excess, and there it is. So that's probably a real number.
Right, but the reserve fund has the 233 in it. That's real money. That's like a savings account. That's good. It's there. That's good.
Well, the reason it's there is
kinky here. It's just something.
Well, I have a question. Reserve fund is down here with 233. It's its own page, its own thing. Why is it also up at the top part of the general fund?
Right, that's my problem. I think you're counting it twice.
I don't think so, but all right.
Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, I don't, maybe I'm not asking the question right, but I think Nancy understands where I'm coming from, because I think we're both thinking the same thing. Like, I feel like we're counting that twice somehow.
I think so.
But I don't know if that's right.
John, go back to where you were under general fund, where it shows up in there. Okay, now
what do you look
have transfer? Sorry, you have 492,300. Okay, it says projected year end is 250,000. It says it's over budget by 250,000. It's not over budget. It's a different place.
It's a save. We're not spending it.
Yeah, so I don't think it belongs under the proposed budget under general.
I guess you have to put it there because we might spend it in an emergency situation. Is that why it's
Yeah,
there?
but it's being counted twice.
There it is right here.
It's your capital fund. It's not the reserve
Oh,
fund.
not
That's on the.
capital. I'm talking about the reserve fund. Where's the reserve fund?
Oh, the
Yeah,
reserve.
go back. That was
Here's,
reserve fund. There's no money going. Go back again to general, and
all right. Let me just talk about this reserve fund. The reason the reserve fund has a low cash balance, we budgeted we're going to spend 233,000, which we're not.
Right. But are you also counting it under the general fund?
no, you're saying no. Go back and look. Let's go back to the general fund. I think Nancy needs to see it.
All right. All right.
You have the 250,000.
Look at the reserve fund. There's nothing going on in the reserve fund.
Reserve fund's not here.
Oh, I thought, yeah, it's a transfer to capital reserve.
Yeah, it's a
See
transfer.
that?
This thing's an expense right here.
But you
No. So you have the reserve fund is 492.900. That's the reserve fund. That's what we're talking about. The 492.300 is the capital fund.
Yeah, but
Two different funds.
the reserve fund is no transfer. See it?
See that, Nancy?
Oh, okay. I see.
There's no transfer. The last transfer we had was 45,220, but we haven't transferred any money to it since.
It's just, John, it's
I
just
get it.
confusing because it says capital reserve fund. So
That's the problem. I'm
Yeah.
thinking that as a reserve fund. I got it.
It's the capital fund.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's not the, yeah.
Look,
All right. I was thinking the same thing. I was looking at it the same way.
It takes a while to get into this thing to understand it. I believe the arithmetic is right and the numbers that are presented are right. So you might want to spend a little time poking around the sheet, do a little of your own arithmetic with a calculator or something. And that's the only way it's hard to explain some of these things, but I believe the arithmetic is correct.
It just
John, you did a great job. You did a fantastic job.
Yeah. It just blows my mind that we have that much excess money.
So did I, but the numbers don't lie. So
no, it just bothers. I mean, it's great, but I can't quite figure it out.
No, we probably need to start to understand. And in reality, I didn't have a lot of time to do that. I'm grinding away now. I'm trying to get the number in there and get it to add up right. So I'm not sitting back and saying, well, what do we do there? What do we do that? That's where we are now.
Right.
Now we know all the numbers, the historical numbers are right. So now you can start to make some decisions on how you spend this money in this column right here.
Right. Well, we definitely got 200 grand extra from EIT for whatever reason. Who the heck knows why?
That's right.
Right. And you had a lot of money from COVID, which is money you would have spent from other the budget that we were able to spend. So it's not. I mean, that you said it's an interesting problem to have, but there is some explanations for it, and we just have to be careful because we may not have it all the time. I'm curious to see how the EIT plays in 2022 if the trend continues.
You got well over $200,000 in the rescue fund, and you got another $207,000 in EIT. So you got 400.
Yeah, we're saving almost 100 in salaries. So by the time you're done, it does start to add up.
Those two numbers are part of this.
Yep.
I don't know what the rest of it is, but that'll be harder to find, but we can find it.
Well, I mean, you kind of can. Salaries is definitely a plus.
I would just spend some time working on it. I gotta get away from it for a couple of days, quite frankly.
Yeah. Yep.
It's hard.
You're tired of looking at it.
Okay.
All right. We okay here? The one that I sent you by email tonight is this one right here, and it is the latest one.
Okay.
So let's see, where are we at on? We have
Are we
any?
about ready to close down, John? I mean, we still have to do public
Close
comments.
out the meeting. Oh my God, there can't be anybody left.
Let the board chair manage the end of the meeting here.
All right. So we don't need to make any motions or anything. I think we went through the budget.
Right.
And so the next step is we publish the budget.
Yeah, I would say that we probably hold off publishing it for about a week to give you a chance to to look at it and see what because in reality, you've only seen it tonight. I don't know how much work Donna poked around with it for a couple of days, but you might want to spend some time with it. And we'll probably hold it for a week because we got a buffer. We don't need to get it out till November 25th.
Right.
So let's just hold it for a little bit and wait to see whether you come up with something, and we'll crank them in.
Okay. All right. Well, this was good discussion. Definitely learned a lot as we work through this. So thank you. All right. So that will conclude the evening. We have one more opportunity for the public to comment. This public comment can include comments on anything attendees might want to share. Commenters must state their name and whether they are a township resident or a taxpayer of the township. And it says the secretary is responsible for recording the proceedings of the board, maintaining and preserving the. Okay, I'm not sure why that's in there. So if there's any public comment, if there's some people from the public remaining, good for you.
I actually, this is, I don't know if you guys can hear me. This is Jeff Root.
Yep. Hi, Jeff.
Hi. I don't know if Lexington Point was discussed earlier. I didn't sign on till around 10 o'clock.
Poor Jeff. It was discussed earlier.
Okay.
Your lawyer spoke. Your lawyer was on the call and he spoke about what's going on, and there didn't seem to be any problems anywhere.
Yeah, I think the key upgrade was that, and the concern we had is that we didn't know what the final cost is. And now Eisen Brown has come up with that cost and submitted it to you and your attorney, and your attorney indicated you're satisfied with the number.
Yeah. I don't know what, I'm not sure what,
this was the
attorney. I'm not sure what Attorney Edelman said earlier, but we've been waiting a month. We've had that for over a month, and we can't get any response. We were trying to get a response from Mark. Is Mark still on?
No, but Jeff, one thing you could do is we'll post this video tomorrow morning, so you can go in and look at the video and see specifically what your attorney said and what Mark did. Mark said.
Okay.
It was a good discussion.
We're just trying to, thank you. Well, we're just trying to get off of Pump and Haul, and it seems like it goes months till we hear back. I feel like I'm annoying Mark, but we call like day after day after day, and we just don't get a response. So anything.
Sorry, Jeff.
So we're just trying to get off. You know what?
From Mark, because Mark didn't say there was anything in our court.
There is. I'll talk to our attorney in the morning. We've been waiting for, we've given him everything that he asked for in the agreement over a month ago, and we just can't get a response. So and then we continue to be on Pump and Haul, which DEP, as you know, doesn't like. Nobody wants to be on Pump and Haul. We don't want to be on Pump and Haul. So I mean, we can't change anything if he's not on the call here, but the only thing I would ask is just please ask him to respond to our requests timely. And we're trying to get this thing moved so that we can get off of Pump and Haul and get this done.
Jeff,
Jeff, what he brought up was the fact that the new contractor, that's in the process. He talked about there being 5 items that needed to be completed before construction could begin, that you had picked out a contractor, everybody was happy with the contractor, and then the contractor went out of business. So you're in the process of finding another contractor. So it sounded like that was like the one thing that needed to be bottomed out.
So
is that how you see it?
Part of the problem is I'm not even going to get into the reason that contractors no longer in business, and part of it has to do with he waited for 9 months with the equipment, and it's not just that, there's other things, but that's part of the reason he went out of business. But the other contractor that is available is ready to start. That's not something that's holding it up. We're trying to get the agreement signed, and we've been waiting for 30 days to get the agreement back. So I'll listen to the tape in the morning. I've been calling like almost daily to try to get this thing responded to, and it's just like crickets. So,
All right, all right.
Sorry, I didn't get into the call when that discussion took place. We'll just indicate to our township manager so we can get that thing posted quickly tomorrow morning so he can watch it and then react to it.
okay. Is there anything you can do to keep it moving, like going forward?
Jeff, we react to our attorney and our engineer. And we have legal advice from our attorney and we have technical advice from our engineer, which is ACOM, and we react to their recommendations.
Yeah, we could contact the lawyer.
Yeah, what we could do is, Jeff, are you still on the call, Jeff?
Yes.
Not Jeff Rutt.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't know if Jeff Eastburn's on the call, but it sounds like we need an update. There you go, Jeff. We need an update from Jeff after he connects with our lawyer, and with our other consultant.
ACOM.
Yeah, ACOM, to see. And so let's have Jeff kind of pull those together and make sure we're all on the same page about what we're expecting or not expecting, or because it sounds like there's a disconnect somewhere.
Okay, that sounds good. Who would be, we have not been able to get response from Mark, and our attorney hasn't been able to get response from Mark. Is there somebody better that we should be contacting at the township? Is there somebody, is it Jeff?
Well,
Yeah,
Jeff,
he's our interim manager.
Yeah, but the attorney didn't say anything tonight about that.
Yeah.
He actually did. He said there's a list of items that need to be completed before construction can begin. There's 5 items. And he says, I hope to have the agreement in place soon. But Jeff, that doesn't give you a whole lot. You don't know what soon means, right? Because you want to go now. So Mark did say those words. I think it's just a matter of him being responsive to Jeff Rutt's call.
Is there, yeah. So who is a good point in contact?
well,
Who
Jeff Eastburn's our township manager.
Yeah,
So
I think Jeff's
Okay.
the right contact.
Okay, so, okay. What's the best number to get a hold of you, Jeff?
The office number that you have.
255-5112. 610.
Okay, sounds good. I'll watch the recording and then I'll be in touch.
Jeff, your attorney, Greg Edelman, was on there and he and Mark were conversing. So
Yeah.
it didn't seem like there was any conflict. That's my overview of it.
Okay, I'll be in touch after I talk to them, so I don't waste anybody's time. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, bye now.
For those who are remaining, any other comments from the public?
Just thank you for your time and your efforts. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
So well,
I'm learning a lot. It's an interesting process. It's really great to see. So thank you. I really appreciate all the work that's done behind the scenes to manage this ship. So thank you.
Well, if there are no further comments from the public, we can adjourn at 11:28.
Good night.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night. Sleep